Running a little bit late. It is 5:10. Could we come to order, please? I'd like to call this meeting of the Rohnert Park City Council to order. The time is 5:10, and would you please rise for the reading of the land acknowledgement? Or excuse me, first we'll do the roll call. I apologize.
Councilmember Adams? Here. Councilmember Elwer?
Here.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Here.
Vice Mayor Sanborn?
Here.
Mayor Giudice?
Here.
Thank you.
Sorry for the false alarm. Now we'll stand up. The City of Rohnert Park acknowledges indigenous peoples as the traditional stewards of the land. Let it be acknowledged that the City of Rohnert Park is located within the traditional homelands of the Federated Indians of Great and Rancheria, comprised of Coast Miwok and Southern Pomo people. Brooke, would you lead us in the pledge to the flag, please?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to speak on item 2, please. I'd like to speak on item 2. Under the Brown Act, each and every agenda item must be opened up to the public before or during the deliberation of the item.
We're still deliberating, thank you.
Brooke, would you lead us in the pledge to the flag?
Oh, that's item 3, Madam
Please.
Attorney.
I pledge allegiance
I'd like to speak on item
to the flag of the United States of America, for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Madam Attorney, item 2 I'd like to speak on. You just skipped over item 2 and violated my right. May I speak?
Please go right ahead.
Thank you, sir.
Speak.
Thank you, sir.
Check 1. Thank you, sir. My name is George Barrich. I'm a former city councilman in the city of Cotati. I was here at the last city council meeting, and I want to thank the city attorney for standing up for my rights to speak under the Brown Act when the mayor boldly and unlawfully tried to prohibit me from speaking on the agenda item. And the city attorney was able to school the mayor and allow me to speak. And if you have not bought the city attorney a bouquet of roses, you should have, because she saved the city a couple $100,000 in legal fees that the city could have been incurring had they violated my rights. And also the mayor threatened if I did not sit down, he would call the police chief out here to have me removed from the room. That would have cost you another couple $100,000 because I've sued the police chiefs in Cotati and I've won. So you owe the city attorney a bouquet of flowers for saving you that money and understanding the law evidently that the mayor does not know. The mayor owes the public and myself an apology for embarrassing himself, the city council, and the town at that last meeting. You acted like a goon, sir, and it's all caught on video. Yeah, you tried to make me fill out a speaker card. That's not required by law. You should know better. And had the police chief laid his hands on me, it would have been bad for the police chief too. You jeopardized his safety and his financial retirement. He would not have been immune from prosecution. So you owe the chief an apology. And don't ever call me on my personal phone again. Don't ever chew me out and use your profanity and your F-bombs. Oh, don't act stupid, sir. Don't ever call me on the phone again. You want to communicate with me, you do it in writing. I want to be able to print copies and share them with the city council. Be a man. You communicate with me, you do it in writing, not on the phone from any throwaway phone or anything. All right? I don't know what kind of democracy. Oh, don't act stupid. I don't know what kind of democracy this is. Now, the Cotati City Council recently removed the land acknowledgement from their agenda. You probably all know that because they listened to me and found out that it's foolish and it's silly and it's racist and it's virtue signaling and it's woke, and they removed it. So I guess Cotati's going to have to lead Rohnert Park again.
I should like to speak on this topic also.
Okay.
So acknowledging, I am Peter Alexander, and in acknowledging the indigenous peoples of this area, I would remind everyone something that, we were taught to ignore, but Martin Luther King said, if one man's wrongfully incarcerated, so are we all. And the fact is that the true New Jerusalem is beneath our feet. The true Israel is Northern California. It's not across the sea. And that Leonard Peltier, even though he was released, and the heaviest spiritual prisoner in the world, is still under house arrest. And no one likes a bully. So before you arrived, I was sharing a thought with this group here about gardens, only to be interrupted rudely several times and called names by this character right here, George Barrett, who has, he might be correct about some things, but he's more of a bully and a pain in the butt. He has the inability to be classy about how to proceed with knowledge and information that would benefit us all. And certainly the U.S. Constitution, which was a gift from the matriarchal Iroquois, has never been the law of the land in this country, and it should be. If it were, there wouldn't be a bar lawyer in any public office, let alone in Congress or in the Senate, for the missing 13th Amendment clarifies that no one with a title of nobility may hold public office in America. And so it is, bar lawyers are esquires. That's a nobility title. I am very glad to be here. I find this is probably the best city council in Sonoma County. I've always been treated fairly and politely with respect, and I've seen some really good things here. And this city council is particularly interesting to me. I saw a picture of you all tilling the soil in the front page of a paper. So I'm thinking, wow, they're going to be promoting more gardens, which is wonderful, which is what I was speaking of earlier while this man kept interrupting me. Seems what he speaks about is not acceptable for anyone else, just for him. So I want to say thank you for blessing me with your time. Thank you for acknowledging the indigenous inhabitants, which are really connected all to the lost tribe of the city of David, which are the Cherokee people that are actually out of Egypt. And people think that they know history, they really don't. And people with usually a pretty good amount of education are usually the easiest people to lie to. But again, what I've seen here is a sincere effort to do positive things. I appreciate this. And I'll even appreciate George Barrett if he could, be more effective in a more intellectual and diplomatic way. Thank you again.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go report on closed session on a previously held meeting on May 27, 2025. We have nothing to report, and we'll go to presentations. Introduction and swearing in of new public safety officers Rafael Cabrera, Caitlin Hager, Anthony Lombardi, and Connor Williams. And we will ask the chief to come forward. This is great.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council, members of the audience. It gives me great pleasure to introduce to you our 4 new public safety officers who recently graduated the academy. I am getting old, so I need my glasses now, I'll tell you. All right, we are going to start off with Connor Williams. Connor, can you come forward? So Connor was born in Hillsboro, Oregon at a young age and moved to Santa Rosa, where he was raised by his single mother. Connor graduated from Cardinal Newman High School. After graduating, Connor went straight into the working world as a finished carpenter. Prior to attending the academy, Connor lived in Boise, Idaho for a short while and then moved back to Santa Rosa, hoping to pursue a career in law enforcement. He worked for Meade Clark Lumber as a door and window delivery driver. He graduated from the Santa Rosa Police Academy on May 23rd. Connor enjoys watching sports and being active. He loves to spend time with his family, friends, and his Rottweiler, Nala. Connor is hired as a public safety officer and is now currently in the FTO program. Please welcome Connor Williams. Rafael. I didn't mean to mention this. Connor has his girlfriend Brianna here tonight, his aunt Rocio, and his best friend, family friend Bob Fratty. So thank you. Now I introduce you to Rafael Cabrera. Rafael was born in Santa Rosa, California, and has lived in Santa Rosa and Rohnert Park his entire life. Rafael attended Roseland University Prep High School. After graduating, he joined the military where he served as an artillery crew member stationed in Kansas. Prior to attending the academy, Rafael worked as a firefighter for Dry Creek Rancheria Fire Department. Rafael graduated from the SRJC Police Academy on May 23rd. Rafael enjoys camping, fishing, and spending time with his wife and 2 dogs, Max and Rocky. Rafael also enjoys kayaking and rock climbing. Rafael recently celebrated his first 1-year anniversary with his wife on June 9th. He was hired and is now in the FTO program with our city. In attendance is his wife, Bricia Cabrera, his brother Jose Cabrera. Welcome, Rafael. All right, KT. KT is short for Caitlin Hager. Caitlin was born and raised in Rohnert Park, California. She grew up playing recreational and travel softball in Rohnert Park. She attended Annalee High School, where she continued to play softball and was also a varsity cheer captain. Caitlin graduated from Rancho Cotati High School in 2017. After graduation, Kate continued her athletic and academic career at Hiram College in Hiram, Ohio. She studied sports management and played all 4 years for the Hiram Terriers as an outfielder, third baseman, and a pitcher. In her final season, she received first team All-North Coast Athletic Conference East Division. Prior to attending the police academy, Caitlin worked as an elementary school PE teacher in the Old Adobe Union School District. She was also a high school varsity softball coach at Terra Linda High. She graduated from the police academy on May 23rd. She enjoys hitting the gym, playing slow pitch softball, and spending quality time with close friends and family. She was hired on May 23rd and is currently in the FTO program. In attendance tonight are her parents, Kevin and Lisa Hager, her sister, Kaylee Wills, her brother-in-law, Andy Wills, and close family friends. Caitlin. Anthony. I introduce you to Anthony Lombardi. Anthony was born and raised in Windsor, California. After graduating from Windsor High School, he attended Santa Rosa Junior College and East Tennessee State University to continue his studies and play baseball. Anthony met his wife, Callie, while going to school in Tennessee, and they now live in Cloverdale, California, with their 2 children, Millie, who's 9, and Avery, who's 5. Prior to attending the academy, Anthony worked for the United States Department of Agriculture for 9 years and then started and operated 2 businesses based here in Sonoma County for another 9 years. Just so you know, those were trapping animals. He told me some of those stories. Anthony enjoys coaching Millie and Avery's teams, as well as hunting, fishing, and camping with family and friends on his free time. His wife is here tonight, Callie Lombardi, his children, Millie and Avery, and his parents, Tom and Linda Lombardi. I introduce you to Anthony Lombardi. And as stated in some of these presentations, we're going to move into the badge pinning now, which is always one of my favorite parts. Signifies the end of one of your first journeys, and hopefully you'll have many more. But because it's such a big deal, I'd like you to select who is going to pin your badge. So Connor, why don't you let us know?
I'll have to have my girlfriend Marie. If you want to take pictures, feel free to step up and take pictures.
Rafael, who will be pinning your badge today? KT, who would be pinning your badge tonight?
My father, Kevin Hager.
Good choice. And Anthony, who has the honor of that tonight? We hire smart people, I tell you. I know, it seems so easy, but it's the most difficult, especially when you're in the audience. That's why I say just push it in. Mayor, members of the council, thank you for allowing me the opportunity to introduce you to our newest public safety officers. And I don't know if you want a picture or
Yes,
send them
please.
out?
We'd like to get up and get a picture.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. We'll give them all a moment to shuffle out. Okay, and thank you to the chief for that wonderful ceremony. Now, we're going to give a mayor's recognition celebrating Ken Zock's 21 years of leadership and dedication to the Rohnert Park Fishing Derby. Okay. Certificate of recognition to Ken Zock. Shaq. Sorry, Shaq. There he is. Hi, Ken. It is our honor to recognize Ken Chack, Director of Rohnert Park Fishing Derby, for his outstanding dedication to organization this beloved annual event for children 15 years and younger for the past 21 years. Ken's commitment has gone far beyond simply organizing the Derby. He has personally walked the shores of Roberts Lake, setting up fishing poles for kids, shared his fishing expertise, and ensured that every young angler has a chance to not only catch a fish, but also to take home a memory, a medal, or a certificate to mark their special catch. Ken's involvement began when he attended Derby with his own children in 2003, when the event faced cancellation due to budget constraints. He stepped forward to lead its organization, and the rest is history. Since then, over 2,493 fish, you counted them all, have been caught at the Derby, growing from 26 fish the first year, and under Ken's leadership to over 230 in 2024. With the help of dedicated volunteers and generous sponsors, Ken has ensured that each child who catches a fish receives a medal, and those who catch their first fish receive a special certificate. The event also features an Artist of the Year contest with the winning artwork showcased on the official Derby t-shirt. This year marked 41 years annual fishing Derby held on May 23rd, 2025, and it was Ken's final year as the director. After 21 years of dedicated service, Ken has passed the torch to the Active 2030 Club here in Rohnert Park, who will take over the event in 2026. We extend our heartfelt thanks and deep gratitude to Ken for his friendly spirit, community leadership, and tireless dedication to creating a fun, educational, and memorable experience for Rohnert Park families. Ken's efforts have made the Fishing Derby a cherished tradition, bringing smiles, learning, and community connection to generations of young anglers. Signed this 10th day of June, 2025. We'd like to invite Ken up to say a few words, if you can. Congratulations and welcome.
Is it on? Is it on?
It's on.
Yeah, thank you very much for honoring me. I appreciate it. It's been an honor running the Derby for the last 21 years. I appreciate it. And it is in good hands with the Active 2030 Club, so it will continue, hopefully, for another 21 years. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken, and thank you for all the community you've shared. Let's get up and take a picture. Okay, thank you once again to Ken. We have no department head briefing, so we'll get into public comments. Any person wishing to address the public, can they please fill out a speaker card and give them to the clerk? And right now I have just 3 public comments. This is for anything that is not on the agenda. So first we'll bring up Steve. Oh, sorry. Oh, I forgot. Thank you. Never mind. We actually have an update from Redwood Bike Share program by Drop Mobility Operations Manager Mark Azevedo. Please, Mark. I apologize. It's a busy agenda tonight.
Thanks very much for giving me a few minutes of your time tonight. I just wanted to present an update after our... Oh, is it not? Aiming it right at me. All right, thank you very much. So thanks a lot for inviting me here and allowing me to take a few minutes of your time. This is a program update after our first 6 or 7 months of operation here in the city of Rohnert Park and throughout both counties of Sonoma and Marin. So the presentation will focus on Rohnert Park a little bit, but give you an update of what we're doing system-wide as well. So just a quick introduction. Redwood Bike Share is partially funded through a grant from the Metropolitan Transportation Commission for a pilot program lasting 2 years. We operate in both Sonoma and Marin counties with joint Transportation Authority of Marin and Sonoma County Transportation Authority oversight. We have 11 direct stakeholders across 7 different cities. So both TAM and SCTA. We work closely with the SMART Train and Golden Gate Bridge Highway Transportation Division at the ferry building down there. We're in every city from Santa Rosa all the way down to Larkspur along the SMART Train line. We have about 60 total hubs dispersed throughout those seven cities and about 300 bikes total in our fleet. Each bike is a Class 1 pedal assist bike, limited to about 15 miles an hour. So, people can interact with the system in a number of different ways. We have a pay-as-you-go option. We have monthly memberships. We have an income qualified membership, which offers the same benefits as our monthly membership at a rate of $5 a month. We also have a daily Explorer Pass that I've recently kind of rolled out in response to public, community feedback. Each trip is a hub-to-hub trip. So the bikes are picked up in a specific location. They have to be parked and the trip ended at another of our prescribed parking places, whether it's a hub or a drop zone. And I'll get into that a little bit later on as well. Each rider uses our app to interact with the system. We have a number of slides before the trip telling folks how to get started, and then they include safety tips as well. When you're in the app, you're able to see a map showing the location and number of bikes at each hub, as well as additional parking spaces around the community. And then after the trip is ended, we have slides showing folks how to park properly and leave the bike. Just getting into some light data regarding the system. We have 282 bikes in the field out of the 300. We were expecting about a 90% average deployment, and so we're beating that now, which is nice. We have as many bikes out in the field as we can. And this is all average deployment because bikes cycle into our shop and are undeployed and then cycle back out. Let's see. Here you'll see since October, we're seeing ridership really start to peak through May. I'm expecting that trend to continue through June, July, and August. And so it's very encouraging seeing the number of rides from a low of 300 or 300, a little over 300 in February, all the way up to our first month topping 1,000 rides last month. I was really excited about that. We're hoping to move more toward twice that number for a monthly ride number. Here, I wanted to include this slide to show Rohnert Park in particular and the kind of overarching network of Rohnert Park and Cotati, and show just how much the community here is riding within that network. I kind of, in my own head and operationally, we bring Cotati and Rohnert Park together into a single system because they share that border and there are so many rides kind of ping-ponging back and forth between the two cities. But together you'll see that the total mileage ridden is up in the top 3 along with Petaluma and San Rafael of the 7 cities. So here we're looking at payment types or rider types by city. So these graphs are showing how many, the percentage of users that interact with the system as a pay-as-you-go rider, a monthly member, and an Equity Pass member. And I wanted to really bring this to your attention to show just how many income-qualified riders are in your town as a percentage of total rides within the city. So Rohnert Park has, like, this system is serving that community much, much more than other towns that we're seeing so far. That's backed up by the hub data that I have here for trip starts and trip ends. You'll see that Alicia Park here in Rohnert Park is the #1 trip start location system-wide. So that's all 7 cities throughout the entire, like, since the inception of the system. So more people are riding from there than anywhere else in the whole city or in the whole network. Now, you'll also see that Rohnert Park and Cotati come up 4 times in this top 10 list. So this particular network is very, very popular for riders. Again, for trip end, I wanted to include this to show that Alicia Park, so many more trips are ending there than any other single location in the system. So getting into the operations a bit, we have 2 electric vans that my operations team uses to manage and administer the system. Those are charged from our workshop location here in town. We're just down the street. I've got a small team of 3 people. I have 2 field technicians, and I have a technician or 2 in the field every day of the week. And then I have a fleet mechanic that helps me kind of manage the workshop, and he is responsible for maintaining the bikes. As time goes on and ridership increases, our daily focus has shifted from cleaning the bikes and maintaining them at the hubs to actually rebalancing vehicles from places where they're gathering and getting them back to the hubs in an even distribution. We've also implemented safety checks that were not in place when we launched. So now each bike is getting a safety check about every 4 days. So that's every bike in the system is actually checked for function every 4 days. In addition to that, they keep the hubs tidy, all the bikes uniform in a row and ready to go. The vehicles are holding up well. I'm not seeing a lot of mechanical issues, and I'm keeping busy with our event calendar and promoting the bike share to local businesses and gaining promotions that way. So just a quick slide showing our vans. You may have seen them around. They ping pong all over the place. They're both identical. They both look the same. So I just wanted to show this real quick to really focus in on those safety checks that we're doing. We implemented them about the middle of November, and our team quickly ramped up, and we're keeping a good cadence with those safety checks as time goes on. As rides become more frequent, it's more important for us to keep up on those safety checks, so you can see those numbers rising. Getting into partnerships and outreach a little bit, we've partnered with local businesses like Amy's Kitchen. They've actually sponsored 30 of our bikes and one of our stations over in Petaluma, and you'll see those bikes kind of ping pong around the system. So they get redistributed from there, come through our workshop, and then they may be dropped off in another town. So we're interacting with local businesses in this way, and we're also doing smaller, kind of more localized and focused promotions with places like Avid Coffee. We offered for an Earth Month campaign that they were doing, we offered a free, I think it was a coupon for 2 free rides if a particular drink was sold. I have some ongoing conversations going with Marin Clean Energy and Oliver's Markets as well. So I'm hoping that those are fruitful. My events calendar really started in March, and I've been going pretty steadily since then. I've attended a lot of events really introducing the bike share system to the community, gaining their feedback. And one of the things I'm particularly proud of that I wanted to really highlight tonight were these intro to bike share classes that I was able to run here in Sonoma County. So I did one in each of the 3 towns networks rather, in Sonoma County, The one here in Rohnert Park started at Somo Village and went through the towns of Rohnert Park and Cotati both. So I was able to partner with Sonoma County Bike Coalition, and they helped me out with each of those. I have a number of promotions and events coming up, and that's it for me. Thank you very, very much for your support for the system and for your interest in it, having me here tonight. And from everybody in your community that's riding, I just want to say thank you, because they're really finding this useful, and it's being used as intended to get people from one place to another.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. Thank you very much. Any questions or comments from the council?
I just want to say thank you so much for the work done, especially my district, having Alicia Park in my district. It's great seeing folks use it. I think it helps also with the SMART train being so close by as well, but we are the most densely populated area in the city, and so having that option for a lot of folks to be able to get places is obviously very beneficial. So I appreciate the work done and glad to see a program like this in Rohnert Park. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Please.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you as well. A lot of our constituents have been utilizing this and, being healthy, being outdoor and using something to do physical exercises without thinking too much about it. So thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you very much. Excellent presentation. Who knew Rohnert Park's little Alicia Park would be the #1 pickup and drop-off place?
Yeah.
What do you
Fabulous.
attribute that to?
Actually, like Councilmember Rodriguez said, I think it's down to the density of housing in that area. It's also very, very visible from the street. Like the city very graciously poured a pad for us in that parking lot and gave us a specific location. Also, I know, I believe it's the Redwood Empire Food Bank kind of runs through there as well. And so people filter by that at very low speed during that event every week. So it's in front of a lot of people. And the network here, and thanks to city staff that I've worked with, I've been able to build out the network here in addition to the 8 original hubs in this network. I've been able to gain an additional 16 to 18 different parking places and scatter them around the community to make it more convenient for people to go closer to their neighborhood or from their neighborhood to other places. So the partnership there with city staff has been tremendous as well. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Mark, thank you so much for the presentation. I think that you're showing a really great example of collaboration and innovation in a time when we all can tend to jump into our cars to go places. This is a real solve for a lot of people, and we really appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. So just a couple of questions. How are SSU's numbers factored into this?
They are definitely included. They came on board, I want to say 6 or 8 weeks after the rest of the system did. So their numbers aren't, apples to apples, but they're factored into the overall numbers that you see. So I want to say in this particular network, the majority of rebalancing I was doing was at our station in front of the student center. So what I was seeing is, while tracking those rides, where people are riding from the SMART train up there and then riding from there out into town, getting what they need, and then coming back to the campus. And so bikes were really stacking up there. It was nice to see. I mean, it's an operational burden, but it was great. It's something I'm happy to do.
Right, and with regards to Smart now opening in Windsor on Friday, I believe.
Yes, that's right.
Plans to put some bikes up there in Windsor?
Windsor is not a part of our current operating contract with SCTA and TAM. And so I'm hoping to speak to the town of Windsor, kind of singularly, to see if they're interested to bring the system up that way. Yeah.
Perfect. Well, thank you. It's been a vision for many years for us to do this at SCTA, and we really appreciate it, and we're rejoicing in the success of the program.
Yeah.
So thank you. Thank you very much.
It's been tremendous to be a part of. Each trip is a car trip not taken.
Exactly.
So I just want to plant that seed too. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay. Now we'll do public comment. So persons wishing to address the council on any item of public comment that is not on the calendar please do so by filling out a speaker card. I have 3 in front of me. Now I will call Steve Keith to the podium. Welcome, Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, and staff. While I have such a large captive audience, I'd like to take the opportunity to remind folks that Father's Day is right around the corner, and there's 2 locations, great locations nearby that are opened up while you guys are at lunch. That's Sweet Pea Gift Shop at the Senior Center. That helps support, puts seniors an opportunity to find purpose, make something with their hands, earn a little extra scratch, and it also supports Silver Paws, which is a pretty good organization. And also the Friends of the Library bookstore. Inside our local library is a fantastic bookstore. Both of those open during your lunch. The weather's going to be great this week. Get out and walk over and grab something for Dad. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter Alexander, please, welcome back.
What time, is it the clock redone? Okay, thank you.
There you go, sorry.
Peter Alexander, of all the religions, who can be right if everyone's wrong? But they all seem to have a strand of a spiritual song that needs to be brought together so we can change this weather. Israel is defined as Isa Ra Elohim, meaning that Yeshua, Jesus, is the Son, S-U-N, of God, meaning the light of the world. We become weary of war. Gaza, Ukraine, now LA, and this country. The true enemy of any war is war itself. Who remembers, do unto others as you would have them do unto us? Can you imagine experiencing the devastation in a war zone, wondering when Americans finally decide to cease funding the war machine by virtue of ceasing their labors, exceedingly high gasoline prices, and most of all, our very high PG&E and rents and mortgages, which are all pretty much the Rothschilds' businesses. So, I've spoken about the gardens. It seems in this country we've been arranged to have all our energies and works and labors and taxes go to a system that's maintaining all this insanity. 72% of all the taxes this nation collects comes from California. This is also the town of Luther Burbank. So if we had the choice of setting aside all that insanity in favor of a million gardens or 10,000 gardens and 10,000 football field greenhouses on behalf of our children, our grandchildren, our friends, and our neighbors, which one would you choose? The greatest power on this planet be found in the hearts of true warriors of all stripes, dedicated to truth, love, life, and liberty, and that power is known as the Christos light. I am Peter, I am all things, Great Spirit sings. I am here to finish the fight. My soldiers come forth as a thief in the night, unstoppable, unbeatable. I am Peter, I am the one with the keys. I am commanding as I have already commanded of this hell I hereby freeze, placing all of this world to its knees. For all time is now is the time. Abracadabra, hocus pocus. Now unplug the darkness and plug in the light and focus our almighty power on the beautiful gardens that we will increase in massive levels. This is what our opportunity is. This is why this is the true promised land. This is why this is the true Israel and the true New Jerusalem. It is most assuredly not across the sea. It is here where we are, beneath our feet. Blessings. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have another speaker card from a person who starts with the name, with the letter C, and they live at 377, but I don't understand the rest of the address. And they want to talk about profiling. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Sorry about that. I could not read it.
No worries.
Welcome.
Thank you, staff, citizens of Rohnert Park. I believe in this city. I've been here 6 years. And the first thing I remember was seeing Rohnert Park, the friendly city. That brought joy to my heart. As an ex-Navy person who served in the military, my whole family, I served in the Pentagon, and I take pride in my community. I trust my police officers, not mine, all of our public safety individuals. Something unique happened, not to me unique as a Black indigenous individual in this land, but to my spouse from Hawaii who knows nothing of the hatred that exists on the mainland, experiencing profiling. They were followed for an unreasonable amount of time. They ended up in Safeway, and then they darted off. And that bothered me. But then I let it go. Something happened. A cop car came through, hot. My ears are still really good. And I jumped up and I went out, and it was a police car boning out. I'm like, wow, if they're here to protect me, right on, love it. If it was because she is a mix, I was wondering, did they assume she was Hispanic? I was wondering, were they profiling her to get a reaction to see if she would go faster or panic or whatever? She's not an immigrant. And even if she was, what kind of city are we going to be in this moment, in this time in history? How are we going to move? How are we going to treat each and every individual, whether they're Jewish, Black, white? How are we going to treat our citizens, and how are we going to address them? Are we going to address them with respect? Do we have to worry about, I don't know what the standard operating procedure is here in Rohnert Park. I don't know what that is, but that was disturbing. Me being ex-Navy, I'm like, no, I'm not scared. I have no reason to be, but neither should anyone else here in Rohnert Park, because we are one. We're a unit, good, bad, and indifferent. I just need to know that, and I'm telling the chief, where are you? I believe in you, I believe in your staff. Let's treat our people with dignity and respect as we go forward in this historical moment. Let's be on the right side of history.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, we've had some additional comments or public comment cards. Aaron Burton, please. And welcome. And then Travis will be right behind him.
Good evening, everyone. City Council, actually have a bunch of SCIU members here tonight. Please raise your hand. I'm Aaron Burton. I'm the field representative with SCIU Local 1021 and a longtime resident of Sonoma County, and I have direct connections here to Rohnert Park. My twin, he lives in an O section, and he actually works at Sonoma State as a professor. Our members and I want the city to succeed, but this mission is becoming increasingly difficult because of a lack of investment in critical infrastructure, your staff, who proudly provide services to our community every day. Over the last 4 years, only one cost of living adjustment has kept our members up with the consumer price index. In the last 3 years, our members' wages have not kept up with inflation, and that is before you take into account healthcare costs, which the city is picking up less and less of new healthcare costs, and most of the burden is being placed on employees. During the current term of this contract, the City Council provided a 3% pay increase to our safety brothers and sisters, and the city called this an upfront advancement, and that this issue of equity, internal equity within the bargaining units, would be addressed in these negotiations. The city has not kept their word. We demand internal equity between the bargaining units. We also want to remind the City Council that our membership is 15% below market. when we look at comparable cities. And also we have a water system supervisor that's 37% under market. Also, this is at the same time of the enterprise fund unrestricted balance has grown from 26 million to 43 million in the last 5 years. Also, the city has projected budget deficits for the last 5 years, although only 2 of those years actually had budget deficits. For example, in 2023, the city projected a budget deficit of $8 million. They ended with a surplus of $6 million. In other words, the city was off by $14 million. And this is not a one-time off mistake. This has happened repeatedly for the last 5 years. So we just want to say that our members cannot afford to work here, and we demand that you invest in your staff in an ongoing manner. We want to work with the city to find new revenue sources and to ensure we keep investing in our people. But we also demand that we have internal equity. That means that the city keeps their promise that they made to staff in other units, while also addressing ongoing healthcare costs. We're not going away until we have a fair contract. And this also doesn't take into account the takeaways that are on the table right now for our employees' strikes. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Travis, please, welcome.
Good evening, council members and city staff. My name is Travis Balzerini. I'm the SEIU 1021 Regional Vice President. I'm proud to represent these members here today who have come before you because they can't afford to live and work here. I've sat in bargaining tables across this region now, which goes from Marin County all the way up to the Oregon border. By far, this is the worst conditions I've seen at a bargaining table with such a pathetic offer. These people work for you, serving out this community that they love, that you love. Please show them some respect and give them the pay and benefits that they deserve to continue serving this great community. Thank you.
Thank you, Travis. David, please. David Valencia. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is David Valencia. I am the Chapter 1021 SEIU President for our bargaining unit, as well as a member of our negotiation team. My family and I have called Rohnert Park home since 1992. I have been employed with the city since 2018. I currently work as a utility service representative within Public Works. I'm here tonight to express my strong support for our bargaining unit and to share my growing concern about the city's direction regarding compensation for our workforce, in particular Public Works. We are just a couple weeks away from both our fiscal year and contract coming to an end. We are currently in negotiations with the city, and the future is not looking very bright. We, the employees, are once again being asked to take on an increase in medical coverage as the city is contributing nothing to help offset this cost. The city is also planning on taking our city-assigned vehicles away from on-call duty staff at the start of the new fiscal year, July 1st. This will have a tremendous impact on our already diminishing pay. We urge the city to strongly reconsider this idea. We are having difficulties finding qualified candidates, and those that we do have are leaving for other municipalities because of better pay and benefits. A prime example is my direct coworker, the other utility service representative, who put in his 2 weeks in May. We want to be able to afford to live where we work. We need the city to start investing in its employees. Thank you.
Thank you very much. David Owen, please. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is David Owen. I'm a resident of Rohnert Park District 3 and have worked in the city's utilities department for the past 6 years. I currently serve as water system supervisor. I'm here tonight to express my strong support for our bargaining unit and to share my growing concern about the city's direction regarding the compensation of our workforce. Since I began here, every team that I've been part of has struggled with high turnover, understaffing, and difficulty recruiting qualified candidates. Most employees who left, excluding retirees, have moved on to higher paying jobs in the utilities field with other districts or cities. In one striking case, an employee who worked with us for 3 years left for a bus company that offered better pay and comparable hours. At this moment, our utilities division, which includes both water and sewer services, is operating with 5 vacancies out of a budgeted crew of 16. This doesn't even include a pump mechanic position that has been budgeted for years but has never been filled. Because of our current pay structure, the best candidates we're able to attract often have little to no field experience. To remain competitive with our current wages elsewhere, we are forced to hire them in a journeyman level on our pay scale despite their lack of experience. At the same time, employees with families are taking home less money than they did just a few years ago due to increased medical premiums. And what they do earn simply doesn't go as far due to inflation. The city recently commissioned a compensation study for public works position under SCIU, which confirmed that every position surveyed fell below the median for comparable agencies. My own role as a water system supervisor is currently paid more than 30% below the market median for someone with my qualifications. If the council does not take action to provide utility staff with a fair equity adjustment, we are risk falling even further behind, and the impact will be felt in the quality of service we're able to provide. We're already struggling to fully implement our hydrant flushing program and to keep up with routine valve exercising as well as maintenance at our well and tank sites due to ongoing staffing shortages. Since 2021, Rohnert Park residents have seen their water and sewer bills increase significantly. Flow rate charges are up 10%, commercial flat rates have increased by 50%, and residential flat rates by 75%. Residents deserve the same high-quality service they've come to expect, especially given what they're now paying. I respectfully urge the City Council to invest in its workforce, invest in us, and invest in the future of our city. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Jean, please. Is Jean here? Please, welcome, Jean. And then I believe Kent will be up next. Welcome.
Hello. Okay. Hi, my name's John Lestingay.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I've worked for the city of Rohnert Park for 21 years. I've born and raised in Rohnert Park. I'm here to support my crew. I'm also part of the bargaining team. I've negotiated many contracts with the city. We are, again, we're just getting slammed. We're losing people left and right. We're hurting bad at Public Works. We're having a hard time keeping up. We've got vacancies all over, and everybody's hurting. Everybody's hurting bad, and I mean, it's just going to keep happening. We can't keep going down this path that we're going. That being said, I know we supported some of you guys. I mean, when you got voted in, I would hope now that you could come back and help us again when we're in our time of need. That's all I have to say. I didn't really come with a prepared speech or anything. However, again, we are Public Works. We hold this city together. We are the glue. We are what makes this city keep going every day, and we need to keep doing that.
Thank you for coming down. Do you want to go ahead, please?
Hi, thank you. Kent, I've been working for the city for about 3 years now, facility maintenance. Just as a member of the SEIU, and not knowing that much about it fiscally, I just want to say these negotiations have been hard to understand as a person who's going through a contract for the first time. The late negotiations, the withholding of the compensation study to review, the meeting with a lawyer as an intermediary. I thought we were all part of a team, and it's really showed how separated we all are. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to make a public comment before we move on? Yes, please, ma'am. I don't. That's okay. Oh, that's for 9A for budget. What's the protocol there? Can she just take her public comment now, or?
Can I make my comment now? Okay, thank you so much.
Of course.
I'm here with my fellow swimmer, Linda Smith, and thank you, City Council members, for listening to what I have to say. My name is Laurie Jacobitz, and I've been a resident of Rohnert Park since 1996. During that time, I don't ever remember the midday lap swim being canceled. Currently, the proposed lap swim for the last 2 weeks of June is only available from 6 to 9 a.m. or 6:30 to 8:45 p.m. at H Pool during the week. This schedule appears on the surface to be fair, as it only reduces lap swim from 34 to 27 hours a week. However, it really discriminates against seniors and favors youth and working people, as everyone wants to swim in the middle of the day when it is warm. Seniors are very cost sensitive and have few options to get the exercise they need to stay healthy. Many seniors cannot walk well, and swimming is the only real option to get the exercise they need. Also, midday lap swim hours provide not only the option to get exercise, but also the opportunity to socialize, as there is a senior swimming group at the Amber H pool that meet each day during midday lap swim. In my opinion, whomever made the schedule clearly favors children and working adults. Seniors represent about 20% of Rohnert Park's population, and we are not getting a fair deal here. Would you prefer to swim from 6 to 9 in the morning fog, or from 6:45 to 8:30 when the evening fog rolls in and it is cold? Or we seniors want to swim when it is toasty warm outside and jump in the pool in the sunshine. We deserve that. Many of us have worked for 30-plus years and want to enjoy our few years of retirement that we have saved our whole lives for. I have printed out a schedule for you. You should have it in front of you, where it is possible to still have our midday lap swim and have time as well for the swim school and for the recreational swim. The schedule I'm proposing here is not new. It has been the schedule for lap swim for many years at H Pool during the summer. I urge you to ask Aaron Sherman and Cindy Bagley to change the schedule so that we can keep our midday lap swim. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, before we move on to the consent calendars, anyone else would like to make a public comment? Please, I see her. Yes, please come on up, ma'am. Welcome.
I did sign up also to comment on the same subject, the noonday lap swim cut time for seniors. My name is Rebecca Brown.
Is her mic on?
I sent a response email to all of you and to Cindy Bagley, Aaron Sherman, and some of the others that are probably involved in setting this schedule. So thank you. I think it was you, Susan, that replied and invited me to come, so I appreciate that. Again, my name is Rebecca Brown. I've lived here since 1983, 42 years. My husband and I were married on June 4th, 1983, and we raised our children here. They both enjoyed, my children and my nephew and my stepson all enjoyed the city pools, took lessons there, and my stepson also was one of the lifeguards for a while. So that being said, the pool schedule is very important to me. I am a senior now, and I read with dismay the email regarding the canceling of noontime lap swim at all the pools. And I want to say how disappointed I am because while I fully support the swim lessons for the children, obviously, Honeybee Pool is now tied up from 10 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. all day. That's 8.5 straight hours, nearly every day, for swim school and rec swim. Benicia is tied up for 6 hours straight every day. Rec swim is scheduled 7 days a week for 3 hours in the middle of the day during the warmest part of the day when the lap swimmers also need it. It is us, the adults and seniors, who pay taxes. Of course, everyone does, but we have been here a very long time. And we are also paying a monthly fee to use the pools for exercise. Yet the lap swim hours keep getting cut. It seems as though it is the lap swimmers that are always asked to make the sacrifices to either have their times cut or their location moved. This happened last year as well when all 3 pools were open for rec swim, H pool, M pool, and B pool, and lap swim was squeezed in almost as an afterthought. I think that these pools should be equally available to everyone, and that lap swim should be just as much a priority as rec swim and lessons. It seems to me that the reasonable and fairest thing to do would be to make the cuts across the board. In the new summer schedule, like I said, the children have full use of both Benicia and Honeybee Pool every single day, 7 days a week. You can easily schedule lap swim at noon at Honeybee for at least 3 of those days. That's always been done, if not every day. I've been here during rec swim, and it's nowhere near full unless there is a camp going on. Do they really need rec swim 7 days a week at both pools? You also have huge blocks of time on Fridays and Saturdays when Honeybee is not being used. You can have lap swim from, say, 9 to 1 instead of 6 to 9, and rec swim from 2 to 5 or on Fridays and Saturdays.
If you could just wrap up, if it's possible. Thank you.
6 to 12 on Fridays. Like she said, the seniors want to swim in the sunshine. A lot of them can't handle the cold.
Thank you.
That is our way to try to stay healthy. Again, please ask those
Thank
who
you.
are responsible for making the schedule to reconsider this.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll move on to the consent calendar now. Do any of my fellow council members want to make a comment or pull an item from the consent calendar?
Yes, I would like to make a motion to move the consent calendar forward with the exception of item 8E, which I'd like to pull until the conclusion of foundation meeting.
Okay, that item is pulled. We will hear it at the end of the foundation meeting.
I second that.
Thank you. Then we have a second. And we can just do a vote of affirmation, correct?
That's correct.
All right. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries 5-0. We'll move on to, what's that? Yes. Actually, we're going to go ahead and take just a 5-minute break before we start in on the budget.
Hi. Thank you. And away we go.
Okay, we'll go ahead and bring it back when we have a moment here. Before we start on our first agenda item, I'd like to thank all the people who came down to make public comment. We appreciate all of you and your concerns and your input and your feedback. So thank you very much for participating. First item is going to be, let me just get my notes here. It's going to be 9A, adopting a resolution approving and adopting the operating budget for the City of Rohnert Park for fiscal year 2025-2026. Madam City Manager, would you please introduce your item?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members and members of the public. For the budget, we are delighted to be able to present to you the proposed budget for our fiscal year 2025-26. I really want to thank our finance department and all of our city departments for all the hard work that they've put together in this budget. As we know, there's a lot of sacrifices that are being made as part of this budget, but we are happy to present to you a balanced budget for fiscal year 25-26. If I can get the next slide. In this presentation, what you're going to be able to see is what your council goals and priorities are. What are the, you're going to get an overview on the budget drivers. Also, be able to see what were the changes and also get an overview, a summary of the general fund, and also an overview and some changes in the capital improvement program and also non-general fund special revenues that we have, and also take a look at what the 5-year projection is going to be for really for the city's next 5 years and what our recommendations are. As you know, when we had our budget workshops, we indicated that we are anticipating budget shortfalls, so we are providing recommendations on how to deal with that. Next slide. So as a reminder, our council goals for fiscal year 2025-26 are long-term financial sustainability, community quality of life, planning and infrastructure, and organization well-being. Next slide. Our council priorities for fiscal year 25-26 are, of course, continuing to make progress on our downtown, also focusing our resources on infrastructure and beautification, and of course, our new priority, emergency management. In terms of city obligations, obviously we've shared these with you in the past, is the investment that we need to do eventually on our facility condition assessment, which was a study that was done back in October of 2022. We have, of course, this is based on 2022 information, but at the time it was estimated that we had about $40 million in deferred maintenance, and as that will continue to grow as we obviously delay deferred maintenance investments. In terms of our payment management assessment, this is based on 2023. We have approximately $20 million in deferred maintenance, and our staff has done a great job of presenting to you and indicating that it is important for us to try to maintain, if at all possible, a pavement condition index of at least 70. Of course, we are trying to aim for at least 68, but that, of course, requires a $5 million annual investment, which at the time the city is short on that $5 million investment. You recently received a presentation on Parks and Recreation, and so we have an estimated deferred maintenance of $98 million to address investments in our Parks and Recreation. Of course, we have a lot of beautiful parks and facilities, and in order to maintain those, as you have heard with other, with some of our residents that have come before us to discuss the condition of courts and obviously parks, all of that obviously needs an investment of about $98 million. Our trees, there was a recent study that was done. We have more than 16,000 trees. If we were to find ourselves having to replace those, it's about a $61 million investment to do that. And of course, the $40 million to support the expansion of the casino. And this is all for basically traffic improvements. As we have shared with you, there's obviously impacts that we have been experiencing, and of course, the main ones being the reduction in federal and state funding resources. We know that there's been a loss of revenue sources at the federal and state level, so that impacts us, as a lot of our actual infrastructure projects, capital projects, are funded with federal and state funding sources. So this is really impacting us in a very negative manner in order for us to address some of our infrastructure needs. In terms of business closures, we are fortunate that a lot of these sites that you see here that formerly had these various stores are being reutilized, and we obviously are very supportive of that, but it has impacted our sales tax. You know, we recently saw the closure of Big Lots, 99-cent store, Red Lobster, of course, our only theater that we had here in town, Burlington, Joann's, and of course, Kelly Moore Paint Store. We're also seeing the loss of jobs, reductions in school budgets, which ultimately do impact as people obviously are unemployed. They spend less. They obviously look at their budgets and perhaps not go out and eat out in our restaurants, and obviously reduce their household budgets. Loss of federal jobs. We also are seeing a reduction in tourism into Sonoma County, and we are seeing less of transient occupancy tax as well. And actually, our transient occupancy tax is our third largest sales tax. So this tax is in terms of our general fund, so this does affect us. And then specifically, we know that Sonoma State University is doing some budget reductions as well. That has an effect on us in many regards, as it does support tourism. It supports, obviously, our economy. And there was a recent study that was done by the Sonoma County Economic Development Collaborative, just to try to indicate to the community what their $24 million budget reduction would do in our region. And we can see here that overall, there's about a $40 million economic loss to the region. So we do definitely feel the impacts of this budget reduction in our county. Next slide. And then here, again, this slide is familiar to you, as we have discussed it and presented before. This shows where our revenues are in terms of the general fund versus expenditures in the red. And so we show what we have been seeing since the fiscal year 2015, and how our revenues obviously are, in certain cases, not enough to cover our annual expenditures. And now I'll turn it over to our amazing Director of Finance, Betsy Ho, so that she can continue with the presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, mayors and council members. I'm very happy to be here to present the proposed budget for fiscal year 25-26. And we are going to start with the general fund. So one of the things that we have to do once we have the study session is we continue to work numbers. We never stop working the numbers. We get new information. The departments bring forward things that we may have neglected to include in the budget. We refine numbers. We take that final look. And in doing so, we come back with our post-study session changes. And so what I want to do is I want to walk you through them. And I'll start with the general fund. And as I work through each section, I will present the changes that have been made in each of the fund types. So in starting with the general fund, staff is proposing $6.1 million in post-study session changes in general fund revenues. So what we have here is we went back and we looked at our property taxes. We got our April distribution, and when we saw that it was trending a little bit higher. So we went back to our budget for 25-26, and we said, do we have the right numbers? And we decided that we could bump that up a little bit. So we are increasing our property tax estimates by about $150,000. So we also got the good news that the county was going to provide $1.1 million in funding for our SAFE program. So we have added that to the budget. We also were able to complete our cost allocation plan for fiscal year 23-24. And in doing so, we recognized that we were a little short in what we were charging our enterprise funds to be provided with those central services that the city provides. So we added $387,000 to the general fund revenues. We also are requesting a donation from the Rohnert Park Foundation for beautification in the amount of $53,770. And then we're also asking for a donation from Rohnert Park Foundation for the Junior Giants program, and I'll get into a little more detail on that when I present the Rohnert Park Foundation budget. So for transfers in, when we did the budget study session, we told you that we needed about $5.2 million of casino funds in order to help balance the city budget and mitigate the impacts from the casino. And so in doing all the puts and takes that we did, and a good contributor of that was the $1.1 million that we got for SAFE, we were able to reduce our transfer in to $4.3 million instead of the 5.2. And so that brings us to a net change of increased revenue of $6.1 million. So the other thing that we want to show you is that as part of the fiscal year 23-24 closing, we had some additional revenues that were available, and the city manager had promised that we would start setting aside money for roads from the refuse franchise fees. And so we were able to set aside $1.5 million, and so I am bringing that into the 25-26 budget in order to transfer that money over to CIP so that it will be available for those roads projects. And the way it's done is I made an assignment in 23-24, and now I'm pulling it out. So although it looks like we are using fund balance, we really made a decision to set this money aside, and we're not using it for operations. We're using it to fund our infrastructure. So then we also had some changes in salaries and benefits. So salaries and benefits across the board were reduced by a net of $331,000. We had a decrease of workers' compensation insurance premiums of $350,000. We have added in some scheduled bonus payouts for our public safety folks, and that is $30,000. We also added in the estimated annual leave payout of about $84,000. We increased general liability insurance by $136,000, and that was based on new information that we received. And then we also increased workers' compensation claims expense by $20,000. So even though we were able to reduce our workers' compensation insurance premiums due to raising our deductibles, basically, we did make an estimate that our claims expense would increase by $20,000, but that looks like a pretty good trade-off to me. So our total salaries and benefits changes are $410,000. So we had contracts and other changes as well. So we had a small decrease of $5,000 in the Public Works budget for training and travel. We added $305,000 in order to make payments for the sales tax initiative. So we know that we'll need extra costs for the elections and for contract services and for legal services as well. So we added that to the budget. And then we added $186,000 to the SAFE contract because the county contract came in at $1.1 million, and we had about $900 and some thousand already in the budget, so we need to bring that up to equal the revenue that the county is providing. We also added $309,000 for public safety for contracts and their flock cameras. We increased fleet services costs to public safety by $5,000. We added $3,000 for public safety to be able to retrofit one of their K-9 units and make it a patrol car. Jail access fees are going up, and so we've added $30,000 into the budget in order to make those payments. And we also added $53,000 to the budget in order for Public Works share of using recycled water. So we need to pay for our usage of that, and we added $53,000. So we also had some information technology changes based on position control. So one of the things we do is we have an information technology model, and we have their costs, and then we look at email and computers and those kinds of things. And we do an allocation out to the city based on the number of people and the lines and all that kind of thing. And so when we move staff around, we have to rerun that model. And so we did some reallocation, and you'll see this as we move forward through some of these other changes. So we did have that change. We also needed to update some of our international co-counsel books for development services, and so we added $4,000 in for that. We increased vehicle replacement costs by $383,000. So what we needed to do was we have updated the vehicle replacement schedule, and vehicles have become more expensive, and especially since COVID. And so we revisited that model, and we have gone back and we have increased our amount that we collect. And for some vehicles that we haven't replaced yet, but we know the replacement's going to be more, we added an extra year on so that we could collect enough money to make sure that everything's funded. And so in redoing the model, we are adding another $383,000 to the budget. So we also added unemployment insurance expense. So what we did with this is we put these dollars in non-departmental because we don't know where these costs are going to come in. But as each of the departments incurs unemployment costs, then we will charge it to those budgets, but the money that we've put in the budget will cover the appropriation of those monies. So here is the transfer out of the infrastructure money, so we needed to put that in the budget. And with all those changes, they equal $2.8 million. So now we'll talk about the general fund revenues. So the first thing I have here is just the usual pie chart that we show you that shows all of our revenue sources and gives you an idea of the proportionality of how much each contributes. And if you add up all of our tax revenues, they represent 61.7% of all of our revenues. And the tax revenues include sales tax, property tax, transient occupancy tax, and the franchise fees. So we have total general fund revenues of $56.1 million. So now we have a chart that shows you the adopted budget, the proposed budget, dollar change, and percentage change. And as you can see, our revenues are pretty flat, which is what we have been telling you. So in the sales tax category, the sales tax has gone down by $2.5 million because of the Measure H fire funds that were included in the budget for 24-25. But those dollars actually need to go into a special revenue fund. And so we have put them there, and that is where they will be budgeted going forward. But if you exclude that from the $18.3 million, the baseline budget would actually be $15.8 million. But as you can see, even still, there is a slight decrease in sales and use tax. So we have a sales tax consultant that monitors these things. They look at the economy, and they help us make the best estimate. And so we rely on that information in making our projections. So in property taxes, we anticipate a 2.2% revenue increase just based on standard growth and sale of new homes and homes being sold for higher prices as they come up to market. And franchise fees, transient occupancy revenue is really quite volatile at this time. Some of our hotels are struggling, and we're seeing that in our receipts and our projections. And so we have decreased that by about $900,000. And it may have been a little bit aggressively budgeted last year, but still this is the trend that we are currently seeing. Franchise fees is based on actual revenue trends. And we did get a new agreement with Recology, and that is $42,000 less in 25-26 than what we were contracted for in fiscal year 24-25. So there's a bit of a decrease there, but we have other franchise that have increased slightly, and so that has brought that up a little bit. So charges for services is up about $500,000, and that's mainly due to an expected increase in building inspection fees. And we have some other revenues up there, but the differences are really very minor fluctuations, and so I wasn't going to spend a whole lot of time there, but if you have questions, we will definitely answer them. So then we have our donations revenue, and it's up about $900,000, and that is mainly because we will be requesting about that amount of money in dollars from the foundation. It is the city cycle, so every other year we do either the small grants program or we support city initiatives, and 25-26 is the year where we can support city initiatives, and I will tell you more about that in detail when we have the Rohnert Park Foundation budget, but we are asking for an increase of about $900,000 there. So interest and rents is up about $200,000, and that's primarily due to investment income projections. We are still doing quite well with our investments. So it's just been really great. We keep hearing that interest rates are going to go down, and we've tried to purchase some CDs. We just rolled over some treasuries, but we're still getting pretty good rates on that. And so we're watching it, and we're trying to do the best investments that we can, and it's been paying off because we have been generating a bit more in interest income. So our intergovernmental revenue is up about $160,000 due to a county grant for Petaluma Pupil Services, and we have budgeted $40,000 in state public safety post revenue that was not budgeted in fiscal year 24-25, so we did add that into the budget. Revenue from other agencies is up about $800,000, and that's mainly due to the $1.1 million contract with the SAFE program. Other revenue has decreased by $1.7 million, and that's due to the changes in accounting procedures for workers' compensation charges related to premiums. So these revenues are now being classified as reimbursements instead of revenues to recover costs from the departments. Additionally, we expect to collect approximately $736,000 from the OPEB trust to fund retiree medical costs. So as I've explained to you before about this, years ago we invested in an other post-employment benefit trust, and now the trust is paying us back monies. So we invested the monies, we've been earning interest on it, and based on the actuary and the amount of time that we believe we will have to make these payments, we are now receiving the benefits of having set that trust up. So we will continue to see these monies going forward. So the cost allocation plan, the fiscal year 25-26 increase is due to transitioning back to our previous practice of preparing a cost allocation plan and distributing the central service costs, such as the city manager, finance, and human resources, to the enterprise funds. And we've also distributed them this year to our general fund departments that have the ability to set fees and rates. So we want to make sure that that hits their budget so that they can include some of those charges when they go about setting their rates. So although it does increase our expenditures, it also increases our revenues. Transfers in, the decrease for 25-26 is twofold. First is a change in the accounting procedures whereby funds received from special revenue funds have been shifted from transfers in to reimbursements. That is the proper accounting treatment for those items. So one of the things that you don't want to do is to double count your dollars. So if you have the charges in the special revenue funds and you have the charges in the departments and you transfer the money, you have basically double counted those funds. So what we do is we have the charges in the general fund, and then we bring those reduction of those expenditures by doing a reimbursement. And so if you had $100 in cost, we bring $100 in reimbursement, the general fund cost is zero. The $100 ends up in the special revenue fund, And then when we do our financial statements, the cost is $100. So it basically levels that out. And so we have made that change in our accounting procedures. And then additionally, the casino supplemental fund is proposed at $4.3 million, and that's a decrease of $3.2 million over fiscal year 24-25. So now we'll look at the general fund expenditures. So the first thing we have is a pie chart, and we show you the expenditures by department, and it gives you an idea of how much each department is receiving and spending each year. So it just kind of gives you that quick look. Okay. So due to the budget reductions that have been proposed in the general fund, most departments have either a very small increases or decreases in expenditures. Therefore, I won't be spending a lot of time discussing the areas where there's not a big change, but I wanted to show you the general fund expenditures by department. This chart compares 24-25 adopted budget to the 25-26 proposed budget and provides the dollar change and the percentage change. So the administration budget is up about $400,000, and that's mainly due to adding a new budget unit for the downtown, and that was $186,000. We've also distributed information technology and general liability costs to the departments that uses the services, and we've included increases in salaries and benefits that were not previously budgeted. We also increased the election costs to support the sales tax initiative and the purchase of equipment for city council meetings. These costs are offset by holding the vacant position for the assistant city manager. The finance department is up slightly due to moving our ERP analyst back to finance from the human resources department. We also had information technology and general liability costs added to our budget. That was moved from non-departmental. And we have also added the building costs. Finance has two locations. We have staff in City Hall, and then we have the location at 6250. And so we've included the cost of maintaining that building as part of our budget. Development service budget has increased by approximately $2 million, and that's mainly due to bringing in the cost allocation plan, and that's about $1.8 million. So even though we brought $8 million into their budget, we have a reimbursement in the general fund, so it really overall does not increase overall appropriation, but it allows us to have those dollars there so that they can pick it up when they are looking at setting their fees. Additionally, information technology and general liability costs have been moved into the department, again from the non-departmental budget, as well as their bank fees. These increases are offset by salary savings for a position that is being held vacant, and that's a senior GIS analyst position. The public safety budget is up approximately $1.7 million, and that is mainly due to the internal service fund charges coming back to the department that were previously budgeted in non-departmental. And for public safety, that is about $3.2 million. We also have planned vehicle purchases that are being charged to the department instead of non-departmental, and that's $625,000. And we had the increase in the public safe contracts and cameras of $309,000, which was a post-study session change that I told you about. And then the safe contract for $187,000. These increases are offset by $1.9 million in reimbursements and $1.2 million in salary savings for positions that are being held vacant. So the homelessness budget is down approximately $800,000, and that's due to a reduction in contracts. And that includes the by name list contract of $100,000, Catholic Charities Master Lease Palms at $500,000, and $120,000 that has been moved to the Homelessness Special Revenue Fund. In addition, $88,000 moved from the homelessness budget over to the Public Works budget. Public Works budget has increased by $3.1 million, primarily due to street staff returning to the department that were previously budgeted in the casino mitigation fund. And this change was made because in the streets program, we have a required maintenance of effort that we have to meet. And so we were getting really close to not making that maintenance of effort. And so we have moved staff back from casino mitigation back to the department to ensure that we are meeting those maintenance of effort requirements. And that was about $1.2 million. And as with the other departments I told you about, our internal service fund charges that were previously allocated to the non-departmental budget have been reintegrated into the department budget for about $1.1 million. We have planned vehicle purchases of $823,000, and those are being shifted into the department, again, from the non-departmental budget. We have also brought the cost of maintaining the public safety buildings back into their budget, and that's about $414,000. And these costs are offset by an increase in reimbursements of $800,000. Community services is up about $3.5 million, mainly due to charges coming back into the budget that were previously in the non-department. I know it's like a record on repeat. And that includes the cost allocation plan charges of $1.5 million, facilities maintenance of $1.1 million, internal service fund charges of $661,000, and bank fees. And then we have the non-departmental budget, and as you can see, it has taken a dramatic drop. And that is because of all of these shifts where we have moved the costs back into the department. So we reduced internal service fund charges by about $6.7 million, vehicle purchases of $1.6 million. We've moved bank fees, electricity, and fuel costs of about $2 million. And in addition, funds received from the special revenue funds are now being recorded as reimbursements, including the cost allocation plan charges. And so again, those come over as a reduction of expenditures, and that is reduced by about $4.4 million. General liability charges are now being accounted for in a new general liabilities internal service fund, further reducing non-departmental budget by about $2.6 million. Overall expenditures proposed for fiscal year 25-26 are $57.6 million, a decrease of $4.9 million over fiscal year 24-25. So here's just a little bit different look of those same dollars. And so now we have done it by type of expense instead of by department. So salaries are down $400,000 over last year, and that's mainly due to holding several positions vacant in order to achieve salary savings. The total is about $1.6 million. So we had some other puts and takes as well, which I told you some of them in the post-study session changes, that we had some changes there. Benefits have increased by approximately $600,000, which is due to an increase of $805,000 in PERS costs, $300,000 in medical premiums. These are offset by a decrease in workers' comp premiums of $155,000 and a reduction of $350,000 due to moving the battalion chief costs to Measure H. Internal service fund charges have increased by $600,000. For fiscal year 25-26, we created a new general liability internal service fund. And so we moved $3.4 million in expenditures. But to offset that, we closed the facilities internal service fund. And when we closed that, that moved cost of about $3.7 million. We also had an increase of $200,000 in fleet charges, an increase in vehicle replacement charges of $300,000, and a reduction of information technology changes of $60,000. Services and supplies are down approximately $1.1 million, and this is primarily due to the reductions that we made during the budget process. So we didn't want to have any staff reductions. We did hold some positions vacant, but really services and supplies is where we were able to make most of our reductions, and so that's why we see that here. Additionally, general liability insurance costs have been reassigned to internal service funds, so we see some reductions because of that as well. The expenses to reimbursements is up $3.4 million, and that's due to the cost allocation plan being recorded in the departments in order to include the amounts in the calculation. Contracts are down about $800,000, and that's mainly due to budget reductions in the departments, including the city attorney's office of $154,000 and the homelessness program of $812,000. These reductions are offset by increases in the costs for the sales tax initiative, the SAFE contract, and other public safety contracts. Reimbursements are up $7.4 million, mainly due to the change in accounting for the special revenue funds, bringing those in as reimbursements, and the cost allocation plan, where we reduce the costs in the non-departmental and increase the costs in the departments. Transfers out are up $1.4 million due to the planned transfer of the $1.5 million for the roads pavement management. Oh, I apologize. I should have moved that slide for you. Give you a chance to look at that. Okay, so in summary, we have general fund forecasted revenues of $56.1 million. We have general fund proposed expenditures of $57.6 million. We have the planned use of infrastructure reserve, and so our net deficit is zero. So we have a balanced budget. So at this point, I'll pause and give you an opportunity to ask any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And actually, first we'll hear from the public. Take public comment now. And first speaker is Annette Hukel. Annette, please. Good evening.
Hi, my name's Annette Hukel. Given the federal funding that had been appropriated and rescinded, I understand Rohnert Park does not have the money to solve various areas of flooding around the city. There are solutions which are not as expensive that we will use to protect our house. Hopefully, Public Works can use sandbagging and straw wattles along the fields that flood and spill over the roads, maybe even slow and divert water to a nearby creek. The Public Works should have the funding and not be afraid to use these tools. Maintaining and cleaning the drain gate, manhole, and underground drains has been a problem in the past. There should be designated manpower for these troubled areas during the storms. The reason there are not more neighbors here is they have voiced their concerns before to the city council, the city manager, and Public Works, and they are frustrated with the little or no response. It is not easy to be an eloquent public speaker in a situation such as this. In conclusion, we have neighbors who have health issues, and we worry someone could have a medical emergency during a flood and wouldn't be able to get the help they need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up would be Linda Tillman. Linda, please. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm Linda Tillman, and I live in Hermitage. And I just want you to remember my conversations that I had with you before about how I walked through water up to my knees just to get home. The next flood that came was much worse. We were held hostage for 6 hours in our homes because the water did not drain at all for 6 hours. And I think it's your civic duty to see that we're safe in our homes and that we have ways to get in and out in case of an emergency. We were asked about this last meeting, and we were told that an engineer would come out and survey the area and give us some suggestions as to what we can do. And I don't believe that that has happened. Doesn't seem to be a concern of yours in the budget. But we are all very concerned. Our homes are our assets. We're all in our 70s and 80s. We can't be doing sandbags. We're trying to keep the sandbags of sand that we've had from the last storm so we don't have to go and get a shovel and fill the bags, but the bags are falling apart. So we really would like some suggestions or somebody to be looking at this issue so that we don't go through this again this coming winter. It's easy to forget when it's summertime, but we haven't forgotten and we're not going to forget. It's your responsibility to help us figure out what we can do. Thank you.
Thank you. Tracy Franco, please. Good evening.
Good evening. Hello, I'm Tracy Franco. I also live on Hermitage, and I am asking you all to not adopt this current budget because it does not allocate any funds to help resolve or find a solution for the flooding in Rohnert Park. We were at the satellite meeting on January 27th with one council member, Marcella was there, some public safety officers, and we were told that money would be set aside. An engineer, someone to study the why and maybe find a solution. So now there is no money. I know there's a lot of different entities that want money from the city, but this is a 20-year plus problem. I have lived on that street for 25 years. It's a matter of safety. These are our homes, like Linda said, that the bulk of our savings are there. We've been trying to work with the city, and I just feel that there's been very little back and forth real communication. It's just, we'll do this, and then it doesn't happen, and then nothing happens. It's very discouraging. We feel that there's no hope in sight. We keep speaking at these meetings, we keep going to satellite meetings, we send emails, we walk the property, and there's just no results. Can we at least have a big hole like that catch basin that never has water in it on Snyder and Expressway? There's gotta be an option that doesn't cost too much money. There has to be somewhere in that budget that can, like the slide said, your priority is the community quality of life, and we would like that also. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, Denise Lynch, please. Good evening.
Good evening. Hello, my name is Denise Lynch. I'm a homeowner that lives on Hartwood Drive. Since owning my home, the street has flooded every year. Last year, it flooded 3 times. When the flooding occurs, it can last up to 3 to 4 hours. And the floodwaters have come close to entering my garage. I'm here tonight to ask the members of City Council to not pass this budget until the city can prioritize the safety issue and put proper funding towards flood prevention. The Public Works Director has suggested that there be a hydrologist to determine the cause and solution of why the flooding occurs on Hartwood Drive. This budget allocates no funding for the hydrologist. This is a safety issue. Do you have an emergency response plan for when flooding occurs? Again, the flooding can last 3 to 4 hours. What if somebody has a stroke, a heart attack, or becomes hypoglycemic? Since my tax dollars pay for first responders, I'd like an answer to my question. These are our homes, our financial investments. Do you know how difficult it is to work a long day as a registered nurse and to come home and to be turning the corner and find that I can't get home to feed my puppy dog. He's been waiting for me all day, and I can't get home to him. I have to go somewhere and wait for the waters to recede. This isn't right. The solution that you have given us is sandbags. Is that really the solution? Or is it time to invest in your constituents and fix this problem? I'm asking, as one of your constituents, please consider not approving this budget until you can, in good faith, address the flooding issues in Rohnert Park. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Anyone else care to address the public, the council, excuse me, from the public? Okay, I will turn to my colleagues for questions, comments.
Thank you very much. Betsy, I hear you take a deep sigh of relief when you finished your presentation.
There's more.
There's more when you finish that part of your presentation. Can you go back to the beginning of your slides? I just have a couple of quick questions.
Say when.
Right back, right, one more, there you go. So, because this just doesn't look like the normal, income and expense statement that I'm used to looking at, what I want to make sure I understand is that after we had our budget meeting in April, this $6 million was found in different places in the city. Is that correct? Would that be a correct statement?
So,
How would you characterize that?
so yes, we did go back and revisit some of the revenues. After we had the study session, that's when we heard that we would be getting some SAFE money. We had asked about it, and we had no guarantees.
Right.
So we couldn't put it in the budget until we got the nod that we would be getting that money. The other thing that we had not done was we had not brought in the casino transfers because we were waiting to see how much we were going to need. And we wanted to show the revenue shortfall against the expenditures so that we could look at how to deal with the structural deficit that we have. And then once we put the whole budget together and we got council direction, that's when we brought the $4.3 million in, which was originally thought to be $5.2 million. But the SAFE contract is really what allowed us to make the most of that reduction and only have to use 4.3 million instead of the 5.2.
Perfect. Okay, so then to the next slide. This page and the next page represent deductions from that $6 million number, correct?
So the $6 million is an addition to revenue. These are increases or decreases to our expenditures.
Okay.
So for our expenditures, we were able to reduce salaries and benefits by $410,000.
So your 6.1 actually goes up to around 6.5. Ish.
Ish.
Okay.
If that's the way you're doing your math.
Well, so I'm going to add the $6.1 million from the previous page to this $410,000 in savings.
Okay.
Is that an accurate way to do that?
That is one way to look at it, yes.
How would you look at it?
So I see revenues and expenditures as separate. So my revenues are over here, my expenditures over here. You do the reduction or the add, and then you come up with your bottom line.
Okay. So then to the next page. Thank you. So this page and then the next page. Let's see the next page really quickly. Okay, so these two pages that come to that $2.8 million, that $2.8 million represents new spending that we did not talk about in April.
That is
an
correct.
accurate statement?
That is accurate.
So can you go back one page there? Let's just look at this really quickly. So I guess what I'm wondering is we've got $2.8 million in spending, and are all of these things these are things that that the council can discuss and maybe move some funds around, right? These are suggestions by the staff.
Yeah, it's always recommendations by staff. You do not have to accept the recommendations, but these are our recommended changes to the post-study session budget.
Okay, and then,
If I just may, Councilmember Adams, actually, the specific expense related to the sales tax initiative was a result of us receiving direction from the council that we could pursue or at least explore a sales tax initiative. So some of these costs that you see here too were the result of, as we were developing the budget and obviously giving each department their respective budget proposal. For example, the jail access piece, the chief was still waiting for the sheriffs to provide that amount. So there were certain things, that we did not have at the time when we were doing our budget workshop. And so it's fees that have to be paid, for example. So there's the budget is always very fluid. And so obviously we try to do, our job to try to bring everything that we can think of, but there are certain things too that either depending on the direction we get from council or based on the review of each department that we identify that it wasn't included when in fact it should have been included at the department level. So that's how we come up with these changes.
okay, and I can see clearly that the council did give you direction to come back with some of these things.
That is correct.
Okay. Can you just talk about the add increase to the SAFE contract? Because I thought that county gave us the funds for that.
So we originally had about $900 and some thousand in the budget for the SAFE contract. That's how much we thought we were going to get. Should they come through, but the county actually was able to give us $1.1 million. And so on the revenue slide, I brought in $1.1 million, but I only needed to add $186,000 in expense because most of the expense was already in the budget because we were committed to doing the SAFE program, whether we received the monies from the county or not. And when it was first put into the budget, it was around $900 and some thousand, but we were able to up it based on the contribution from the county.
So I'm going to confess, I'm just a little confused. If our cost for the SAFE team was 900-ish thousand, right? Mm-hmm. And we got $1.1 million from the county, won't we have money left over? This is where I'm confused.
So that would depend on our ability to run the program. We may be able to do expanded services. It's also possible that we may not spend all of that money, and then we would either have to return that money to the county for anything that wasn't spent, or the county might allow us to roll it over into the next year and hold the money.
So the 186.5 there is essentially a cushion, waiting to find out what the county's going to do?
We have the commitment from the county of the $1.1 million, so all we did was we matched the revenue to the expenditure so that it wouldn't look like we had excess dollars to spend. We wanted to keep those lined up. And if we don't spend all the money and the county wants the money back, we would have to return it. But then again, our revenues and expenditures would equal each other.
Okay, I understand. And then let's just see here. Increase public works for cities to recycle water. And then let's go ahead and go to the next page, please. The vehicle replacement. So the vehicle replacement fund changes.
Yes.
I thought that we reviewed that pretty solidly in the budget, and so I don't understand that $383,000.
So what we did was we went back and we reviewed, and we saw that there were some vehicles that had not been included on the vehicle replacement list. The model had not been kept up for the last couple of years, and it was one of the things that I asked staff to do when I got here, was to go back and make sure that all of the vehicles were on. And then we also looked at vehicles to see where our costs were, and we realized that the costs were too high for the revenues that we're bringing in. And so we're recommending that we add an additional $383,000 to our vehicle replacement fund in order to pay for the higher cost of the vehicles and to start making up for the vehicles that were not included on the list. So that list has been balanced now. We have accounted for all the vehicles. And so going forward, we should be able to have a smoother transition.
I'm just curious, and maybe another council member would join me in this, I don't know, but what would be the, if we had to wait, and let's say we waited a year and used the vehicles that we have again for one more year, is that a hardship on our employees? Is that, because I understand, I think what we're doing to set aside money to buy cars before we need them is a brilliant idea, right? So then we don't have to run around saying, well, gee, we got to replace this car, where are we going to get the money? But I wonder sometimes, and this is probably a wonder question for this direction, is what if we took that $383,000 and used it for something else? Would that be a hardship on our staff? I mean, how many number of cars does that represent, that $382,000? I mean, it'd say cars $60,000 to $75,000 each, right?
I don't have the details of exactly how that was calculated in my head. I can, of course, get that information. But my understanding is that public safety vehicles need to be turned over more often, and so they are on a regular replacement schedule. But we have many vehicles that we are purchasing this year, replacing, that are really, really old, 20 years old plus. Plus, we were buying some additional vehicles that we didn't have for staff safety. So, for example, we're buying a bucket truck in Public Works because we have trees that need to be maintained. And the bucket truck that we have, it isn't tall enough, it isn't safe enough. And so we wanted to make those improvements. So we are buying a lot of vehicles this year, but many of them are quite old. And we rely on the fleet staff to tell us when vehicles need to be replaced. They look at the service on a vehicle. So when a vehicle becomes more expensive to maintain than what we're getting out of it, then it's time to replace the vehicle, especially in the realm of the public safety.
Absolutely. Okay, so if you can just go forward a couple slides. Thank you very much.
Wait a minute.
No, you're right. Go ahead.
Oh, no, okay, we're going into revenues?
Yep.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, I'm ready to go to the next one. There was something in here that I'm sorry, I did not write it down, so if you can just go ahead, go to the next one, yeah, please.
Move forward?
Yeah. So when you were talking about the savings program that we set aside, can you talk a little bit about that? You talked about the interest we were getting from setting aside a trust.
Oh, the CERT trust?
Right.
The California Employees Reimbursement Trust Fund?
Right.
Okay. So years ago, actually it was the first time that I was here, we set up with CalPERS the CERT trust. And at that time, we were paying monies into the trust. We would bring an item to council. We would ask council's permission for the amount of money that we could put in. Often at the end of the fiscal year, we might have savings. And so oftentimes we would set that money aside, and then we would come back with an item and ask council's permission to be able to put that money into the trust. So we put the monies in for quite a few years, and we have an actuary that looks at our employee retirement costs. It's also a requirement of our audit to do so. And so they have been for several years giving us actuary costs, and while we were putting the monies in, we continued to have an unfunded liability for our retiree medical costs. So because we have a closed program now, we made changes to our retiree medical. So it's a closed group of people remaining that got the full benefit of us paying 100% of their retiree medical costs. It is that pool of people that this trust is trying to serve. And so based on age, retirement, mortality, all of those things, the actuary has determined that we have sufficient funds in the trust to now start paying the city back each year.
At what rate?
So they do an actuary report every 2 years, and that number can change because we don't know who will be leaving the pool. We don't know what the interest earnings are going to be. And so every 2 years, they go back and they revalue that amount. And then they tell us how much we should be pulling out in order to, at the end of what they think is the 30 years, how much, but they try to get to zero.
Okay, so you can't anticipate that number at all here?
I cannot, they give us a schedule, and they'll give us the schedule out 30 years, but it's only good for 2 years, because every 2 years, we have to go back and redo that study and use all of the new data, and then they tell us for the next 2 years the amount of money that we can bring back into our budget to pay for those costs.
Thank you. That jogged my memory. That's all the questions I have. I'm very sympathetic to the flooding problem that we have around town. I'm looking for funds here where we can move things around and fund the study or do something. You know, the whole idea, I think the water's coming out of the creeks and flooding that field, and we need to do something about that. The fact that it's been going on for 20 years and no one else did anything about it, to me, that's not an excuse for us not to do anything about it. So that said, I will be very clear to those who are here visiting tonight, I'm not going to not approve a budget because we didn't take care of that problem here and now. I would ask the city manager and the city council that when our mid-year budget numbers come back, which will happen hopefully before Christmas, I think, or right around that time, to make it a priority when that comes. So thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you, and thank you for your very good questions, Councilmember Adams. Councilmember Elward, please.
I would totally agree with Councilmember Adams on that because it's been really bugging me and really pains me to see that, you know, our constituent comes over and over and over and again and we can't help. For that being said, so I have a question, and that is about the vehicles. And that is page 35. I think Councilmember Adams asked a few questions about it. But I just wanted a little clarification because I thought that we had already funds set aside purposely for the cars. And when I say cars, for public safety specifically. And those funds, we don't touch it. That's what I understood, so that they can have the ability of getting what is needed. So I'm a little bit confused when you said that on page 35, that money was for cars. So I put here, which cars are we talking about?
Okay.
Because there was earlier some public work workers that said that some of the cars were taken away from them. So I'm kind of a little bit confused of what exactly is going on, if we are going to be saving money to give them cars when they come and they said they don't have the cars. So I'm kind of a little bit confused. Can you clarify a little bit on that particular vehicle replacement fund?
Yes, I could definitely do that. So in the budget, we are planning to spend about $1.6 million on vehicles and equipment. The number that you are seeing there, that is the amount of money that, based on the replacement schedule, the general fund owes the vehicle replacement fund in order to fund those future purposes. So the $1.6 million that we have to buy vehicles, we pull that money out of the vehicle replacement fund and we send those dollars to the general fund to pay for those vehicles. On the flip side of that, we figure out how much money the general fund has to continue to put back into the vehicle replacement fund to fund future purchases.
So are those vehicles public safety vehicle or any vehicles in the city? Because I know that
all vehicles in the city. And so what we did is for each budget unit, we put in their specific budget the vehicles that they will be buying. So in the public safety budget, they are mainly the patrol cars that we are replacing. In Public Works, it's probably a combination of pickup trucks and bucket trucks and other pieces of equipment.
Okay.
So that is that. And I believe what you're talking about where the people were saying that they were having their vehicles taken away, I believe that is probably the take-home program is what I heard. And perhaps if you have more curiosity, our Human Resources Director could maybe shed some light on that for you.
Yeah, I would definitely would like that.
So, but their vehicles haven't been removed from work, would be my understanding.
Okay.
But it's more about them, their ability to take cars home.
Oh, okay.
Good evening, Council Mayor. On the table with SEIU is an interest to eliminate the incentive program that was developed in 2003 as motivation for folks to participate in the standby duty program. Because we were having to change the requirements due to licensure certification, the incentive no longer makes sense, and it would result in a savings of approximately $90,000 per year.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. Yeah, so that was just a little clarification that I needed to have because I kind of got a little bit confused of because I know public safety, they need the vehicle to be replaced quite often, and Public Works as well. So I just wanted to make sure that I understood what exactly we were talking about here and not being surprised later on what I'm seeing. So, thank you.
Sure.
Councilmember Rodriguez, please.
I have a question. I don't see the chief. There is, talking about the vehicles, canine vehicle. We don't have a canine unit anymore, but I know that there was talk of potentially bringing back a canine unit. It would be a different type of canine. How much is it going to cost us to switch over the car to then switch it back over again if they were to get canine units again?
So the cost to move it, excuse me, from a canine vehicle back to a public safety patrol vehicle is about $3,000. It's on the.
It seems minimal, but I guess they're asking for a canine unit. If that were to happen, then we're going to spend again to retrofit one back to a canine vehicle. And 3,000 seems minimal, but if you add up a lot of 3,000s, it becomes pretty exponential. And so I'm trying to think long-term here of if we're doing that, and then it comes up in conversation again to get a canine unit, they're going to need a canine vehicle again, correct?
So right now, this is and I know the chief stepped out, but so this vehicle is retrofitted for a canine we used to have a canine program, but now, you know, the canine program they're trying to operate does not require, to be retrofitted to operate. I guess, it's being repurposed. So we're repurposing back to actually a patrol vehicle, which will obviously help us. I mean, I know we've been talking about vehicles for public safety, and there's the chief, I'm sure he can clarify. So basically, I mean, this vehicle right now, staff is not using it. So now with this retrofit, we can put it back out on patrol. So Chief, if you can clarify, I know that there was part of a request to operate a canine program, but I know that we're trying to do a different type of program delivery. Can you explain that? And what basically the question is if we are planning to operate a canine program, why are we retrofitting this vehicle to an actual patrol vehicle?
Well, the canine program didn't get approved in this budget, and so the vehicle we can put back into use because it's sitting unused right now, and we can't use it the way it is because it has the cage in it for the dog. So we were trying to be frugal and save $70,000 on a new vehicle, or probably $85,000 with upfitting, and try to bring this in because we're not going to have a canine program at this point.
That answered my follow-up of, so it would save a lot to spend $3,000 to retrofit than to get a new one.
Right.
Would it be fair to think, should a canine, like Councilmember Adams said, mid-year review, we go, oh, we found money, let's do a canine unit. Is that roughly the cost it would be to re-retrofit a patrol car to be
That-
canine?
Yeah, that same model, and that's why we're gonna save the cage. We're not gonna get rid of the cage.
Okay.
We're gonna save it, yes. Sorry,
Okay.
I was talking to a
Oh.
member of the H Street,
Oh.
so I missed that question.
Public service. Thank you. Also, I see in here, there's an allowance for auto in public safety. What's that difference? What allowance is that?
Where's the?
It's on page 100 in the budget book, allowance auto, proposed budget, $6,834.
It's in the budget, it's in the budget book? Mm-hmm. What page are you on, if you wouldn't mind?
100?
So, Councilmember Rodriguez, are you referring to the 6,834 for auto allowance?
Yeah, we're talking about autos here, but I just want to know what's that different line item?
So there are certain employees that use their vehicles, and this is primarily non-public safety employees that, and this is citywide, so when our employees use their autos to move, from different locations that are on city business, they do ask for reimbursements, so we do include an auto allowance, and perhaps maybe, our Director of Finance can confirm that, but.
So like mileage reimbursement?
So we
Yes,
also have.
mileage reimbursement.
Excuse me. We also have, so certain employees also are given an auto allowance, a monthly auto allowance, and so those costs would be included on this line. It's part of the benefits.
Okay, I don't know who would answer this question, but what is that monthly auto allowance if my understanding is our department takes their vehicles home that we're already paying for?
So keep in mind, we have public safety officers that have units assigned, but this is for non-public safety. This would be if our records clerk are doing any kind of, or maybe, why don't you explain? Yes,
This is
thank you.
it's our management outline of terms and conditions of employment. The auto allowance only exists for our management employees.
But I guess I'm trying to understand, even if it's records management, what would they need to take an auto home for out of hours? I understand mileage reimbursement, but it sounds like some management.
No, management employees, non-public safety, who do not have an assigned city vehicle receive a flat dollar amount each month instead of mileage reimbursement, meaning as you go to a conference, you go to meetings, you drive around town, that auto allowance is in lieu of mileage reimbursement.
Okay, so on this one that I'm looking at, that's specifically public safety support services, it's costing us nearly $7,000 for that.
Correct.
Outside of mileage reimbursement.
No, it's in lieu
Including.
of. So mileage reimbursement is a completely separate line item that would not apply to a management employee who's receiving the auto allowance. You can't get both.
Okay.
Pursuant to our policy.
Yeah.
I will caveat this, there is an exception in the vehicle policy that does allow if a management employee drives greater than 75 miles, they are then eligible for reimbursement beyond those 75 miles.
Okay. I think what I'm understanding is we're paying for a vehicle fleet, we're paying for mileage reimbursement, we're paying for allowance, and we're paying for another set amount beyond the allowance of 75 miles.
Yes, but I would argue that's probably very rare that a management employee is going beyond 75 miles. It's an exception.
Yeah. But it's wear and tear. Okay, that's it for right now for my questions. I'm gonna need a second.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor?
All of my questions have been answered. Thank you.
Before I get started, I would like City Manager to comment a little bit on the BRIC grant and the loss of it and next steps forward.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So with respect to the BRIC grant, as you know, we received notice that we were not receiving that grant, which is approximately $4 million. when we receive notification, and this pertains for any, whether it's state funding or even county funding, you got a presentation by 2 Board of Supervisors that indicated there's concern at their level. This is why we're very cautious with this budget. I mean, we're very fortunate that we have received a commitment for the SAFE program. As you see, it's $1 million. But the implications of us not having the break grant basically means that we cannot move forward with the project. I mean, at this time, the project that we were considering, which was the relocation or the development of a retention basin east of Petaluma Hill Road, the cost for that is almost $21 million. There's just no way that with a $4 million grant commitment and knowing the fiscal situation of the city that would be a priority. So when we have a loss of funding in that fashion is we basically place those projects on hold. And so at this time, that project is placed on hold. Staff is really good about finding alternative funding sources. However, given the current environment at the federal and state level, we're not very certain what that availability would be. Thank you.
Thank you. So first I want to thank Betsy and thanks Marcella. This has not been an easy process. I want to compliment the directors and all their staff because once again, the process has not been easy. We are fortunate to live in Rohnert Park, but we are a full-service city with many programs and benefits. We have been fortunate not to have been affected as our neighbors quite so much with budget troubles. However, on January 20th, all of that changed. The financial, political, and structural upheaval has affected all of California. The state's facing $12.5 billion deficit. The county is facing the same crisis as our other jurisdictions in Sonoma County and around the state. Let's face it, we have a bad actor who's running our country, and he's bent on revenge, targeting California in particular. In Rohnert Park, we're staring at now, with the good news, a $4.3 million deficit that we have to close the gap. State, county, and local entities are all facing cutbacks in funding. As a business, our city obviously cannot sustain operating at a loss and tapping into our reserves, which are fully funded, mind you, but will only net us about 3 months of operation. I truly understand the value of programs that prevent homelessness, try and mitigate flooding, that speaks to my heart, provide recreational opportunities. And I also understand how important these programs are during these weird times. I mean, if we have recreation, they provide a much-needed break from the daily news. These programs provide compassion, services for folks, and honestly, they uplift a community. We're trying to balance many competing interests. As mayor and council members, I have a responsibility to our city to be fiscally responsible and to protect our community as best we can, to protect our employees, and deliver the core services that our residents count on every day. Staff is working diligently on alternative solutions to all of these issues, whether it be pickleball or tennis or flooding, et cetera, in light of the circumstances. The way that we're going to get through this is to come together as a strong community, and we will survive by working together. A ship does not get turned as large as Rohnert Park on a dime. So the sacrifices that we make now will pay dividends in future years. That is the reality. It's going to take several years to get through this crisis, and it's going to require, as you saw with the $305,000 estimated for a sales tax initiative, it's going to require both parts of the equation, not only doing cutbacks and spreading them around as best we can, but increasing revenue. There are some glimmers of hope, and you saw them in bringing in some of the new businesses, like taking over the cinema with the pickleball and the new business that's coming to replace Burlington Coat Factory, I think it's a tile home improvement company. And of course, eye on the prize, which is the downtown. And being able to sustain long enough for that to reap benefits of, in terms of sales tax, in terms of taking back some of the money that we've invested in the downtown, right? We have $12.5 million invested in that downtown right now. And so I just wanted to say thank you and express my understanding to the community. We get it. We're trying to do what is in the best interests of this community. And once again, I want to compliment my colleagues for some very, very good questions. I mean, after Susan gets finished, there's not a lot I mean, you went right through all the pages, and I just kept crossing things off my list. So I really appreciate it. And then Samantha's eye for detail, as well. I really appreciate that, council member. And so, yeah, I am ready to adopt this.
Mayor,
We still have,
Mayor, we
more.
still have, yeah.
Oh, you still have, okay, yeah,
We
please.
still have more slides, so
Okay,
maybe
fine.
we can go through them, and at the end,
Yeah.
we ask questions. Why don't we do that? That's
Sorry, that was just a pause for the general fund so that you could ask questions. So let me get caught back.
Looked like we were making some general comments, so I thought I'd jump in.
Okay, so now we're going to get into some of the other funds. And the first one that we're going to go over is the casino funds. So we also had some post-study session changes to the casino funds, and they are displayed for you. So casino mitigation had an increase in salaries and benefits of $455,000, and that was mainly due to adding some overtime, $287,000, some part-time staff costs of $24,000, and standby pay of $28,000 that was erroneously left out of the original budget submission. Casino mitigation also had a decrease of $13,000 in information technology changes due to reallocation of staff back to other departments. So as you recall, we talked about that some of the public works staff went back to the streets budget in order to meet our maintenance of effort. So that results in a reduction of their information technology costs. Casino Supplemental has planned transfers of $4.3 million to the general fund for our mitigation efforts and operational costs. In addition, transfers of $15 million to the Casino Infrastructure Fund and $1.6 million of circulation funds per the MOU are planned to fund the $40 million Dow-Dell extension projects. So the plan is to transfer the monies over to a casino holding tank, so to speak, so that the monies will be there when we are ready to fund those projects. The JEPA fund has an increase of salaries and benefits of $12,000 for standby and a reduction in IT charges of $7,600. Total post-casino changes are approximately $21 million. Yes. And so here is the budget for the casino funds. Casino mitigation decreased by $125,000, although overall salaries and benefits decreased by $476,000. These savings were offset by an increase in contracts for the problem gambling, $150,000, waterways contracts of $60,000, and in addition, ISF charges of $157,000 were added to the budget. Casino Supplemental increased by $11.4 million due to an overall increase in transfers out. Last year, the transfers to the general fund for mitigation and operational costs was $7.6 million. This year, the transfer has been reduced by $3.3 million to $4.3 million. In addition, transfers out of $15 million to the Casino Infrastructure Fund and $1.6 million of the circulation funds per the MOU are planned to be transferred to fund the $40 million Dow-Dell extension projects. The school charity and tribe charity funds will be closed once the tribe has directed the use of those funds. We have contacted them and we are waiting to hear their direction. Total casino expenditures are $25.9 million. So on this slide, we provide a snapshot of the projected fund balances for the casino funds and transfers to the general fund. Casino mitigation is expected to have an estimated ending fund balance of $3.7 million. Casino supplemental is anticipated to have an estimated fund balance of approximately $950,000. The neighborhood upgrade estimated fund balance will be $3.8 million and $2 million for the Wilfred JEPA fund. So are there any questions on the casino funds?
Council members?
Can we look at slide
45?
49? 49, yeah.
I'm missing a zero, I apologize.
That's okay. I'm not concentrating on that zero. What's the amount we get from the casino every year?
About $7.6 million, I believe, is what we
What was the question?
receiving this year.
How much do we get from the casino on an annual basis?
Okay.
The supplemental fund is scheduled to receive $7.3 million for this year.
Thank you.
And that doesn't include the circulation money, that's just the basic contribution.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Questions? No, please.
So now we're going to talk about our other fund expenditures. And first up is special revenue funds. So we had some post-study session changes in this area as well. And in the public facility fee fund, we had a decrease of $318,000 because the Laguna sub-regional costs were reduced. So after we had the study session, we received more information, and so we were able to reduce these costs. The Measure M Parks budget for special events has been reduced by $50,000 in order to accumulate funds for additional playground improvements. All the other changes are fairly minor adjustments to workers' comp and IT charges as previously discussed. Measure H Fire increased by $75,000 to add funds for the drone program, and all the other changes are minor adjustments as previously discussed. Overall, total changes to Special Revenue Fund post-study session reflect a decrease of approximately $300,000. The city has numerous special revenue funds and are fully detailed in the budget book. And each of these funds is restricted for a specific purpose, and we spend those funds accordingly. For ease of presentation, we have grouped the funds by the department that manages the funds in order to provide an estimated fund balance for each grouping and the amount that the funds contribute to the general fund. So I will just let you take a moment to look at the slides so that you can kind of look at what the beginning fund balances are, revenues, expenditures, ending fund balance, and the general fund contribution. And then here are the balance of the funds. So again, all of these funds are spelled out fund by fund by fund. This is simply an accumulation of them to give you an idea of what the fund balances look like. So next, we'll move on to the capital.
Were there any questions on that one? Sorry.
No, it's okay. I do have
Real quick.
on slide 55. So the Measure M Parks, we're going to increase IT charges, reduce work comp costs, and we're going to have reductions in special events budget. Where's our special events czarina? Can you come up and? Director Bagley.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm sorry, is it okay if I ask her a question?
Yes.
That's me. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Good. So this $50,000 in reduction in special events budget, what does that represent?
A reduction in $50,000 to special events. No, last year we came back to City Council and asked for a budget amendment in the amount of $30,000 to bring special events up to $150,000, which is what we felt like we needed last fiscal year. We then increased it requested an increase of $50,000 to account for any sponsorship dollars that we got in to offset that. So we may have to make some reductions in our expenditures to special events in the coming year, but I don't think it will dramatically decrease any of the services we've been providing over the last fiscal year.
So this doesn't mean you're going to skip a farmer's market or cancel
I can't
the
answer that
Jubilee?
question right now. There are some changes to some of the costs of some of the special events that we're doing. We'll be looking at them very closely, though. This will probably be a mid-year budget update.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any other council members with a question? Okay, I guess we'll continue.
Okay, we had a couple of changes post-study session to the capital improvement program. The main one being that we added the transfers for the casino, so we will be transferring in the $16 million for the Dowdell project. And then we are also transferring in the $1.5 million for future road projects. The total is $18 million. So all of the projects are
Hang on one second, I believe.
Sorry, can you go back to the, yes. So the $16 million, is it on top of the 15 million that you already removed? Or this is, because I'm getting a little bit
No, I understand your question.
confused.
So where you saw the $15 million, that was the transfer out of the casino fund. This is the CIP funds receiving those funds. So we have both sides of it. So when you transfer money out, somebody gets the money. This is the transfer in so that we can pay for the capital improvement project. So we've reduced the amount of money over in the casino fund itself, and we've increased the amount of money in the capital improvement plan project, whereby when we are ready, we will appropriate these funds and spend the monies.
I'm not saying it's not legit. I'm just trying to understand so that it transpires to the constituent as well.
Can I ask a question to kind of piggyback on?
Please.
Sure.
Okay, so do we, let's say those funds are going to be parked there for a little while until the work is done. You invest any of that money, or does it just sit in an account?
Oh, no, absolutely, the money is invested. So we have a variety of investments. We take all of the monies that we have in our checking account. We know how much each fund has month by month. That's where we give you the cash reports.
Right.
And so then those monies are invested in various vehicles. So we have certificates of deposit, we have treasuries, we have some invested with the county, we have some invested with LAIF. So all of these monies are invested. The only thing that's not invested is the money that's actually sitting in the checking account. And I recently opened up a money market to sit side by side with that so that I could park excess funds from the checking account, but I wanted to keep them close. But I'm actually getting like a 3.5%, 4% money market rate on those funds, so even those excess funds are invested. And so when you get your cash report every month, it shows you all of those investments and accounts for all of the cash. So these monies are definitely part of that pool.
So to piggyback on with Councilmember Elward's question, in my balance, my statement that I was talking about earlier, I spent $15 million on roads, right? And this is the roads account saying, thanks for the 15 million.
Right.
And now it's over here waiting to be spent.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Does that make sense?
Sorry, I'm just trying to make it clear in my brain here. So, again, this money is we're investing it?
All of our city funds, except for what I keep in the main checking account, and I keep anywhere between 12 and $15 million in the main checking account, all of our other funds are invested in various vehicles for money. So all we have done here is we have basically taken this $60 million out of this pocket and we put it over in this pocket. And we do that with transfers. So this fund transfers the money out, this fund transfers the money in, and it simply moves it from one pocket to another pocket. And these funds are invested as part of our city pooled funds. But by placing the monies here, they have been set aside specifically for this $40 million project. And so we don't end up accidentally spending them on something else.
Okay. So that, I just wanted to make sure that our constituent understand that so that don't just think that we do have money. Because if they don't understand, they would think that we have just money out there and we are telling them that we don't. So thank you.
Correct.
So I'd like to piggyback on that because I'm confused now. So the in and the out should be $15 million. So we've got the out at 15 and the in at 16.8 or 16.6, excuse me. Why wouldn't those balance?
So we have two separate line items going on here. The 16 million is the $15 million in casino supplemental fund balance that we're setting aside.
Yeah.
And the $1.6 million is the very specific circulation funds that we received from the casino per the MOU that they were going to give us $887,000 for 3 years. So we are moving those funds over to that same project. So we're taking the $16 million and setting it aside for the Dowdell project. The $1.5 million is the monies that the general fund is sending to the capital improvement fund for the roads projects.
Thank you for that explanation.
Sure.
More questions? No? More questions? Okay, please continue.
So as I had started to explain, all of the capital projects are spelled out in the budget book. We have each project called out with all of the funding sources, the amounts of money, and the plan for when the monies will be spent. So what we've done here is we have simply grouped the projects by the type that's in your book. So we expect to spend about $1.8 million on facilities and recreation projects, $10 million on transportation system projects, $250,000 on non-capital maintenance, and then $50,000 for facilities and recreation placements. So the new budget for CIP for 25-26 only is about $12.8 million. And so here it is in pie chart form that just kind of gives you a little bit of an idea of the relationship of what types of projects are out there for the next year and the size of the projects. And here what we've done is we have given you the projects by funding source. So these are the funding sources that will be paying for all of those $12.8 million in projects. And so you can see that we're getting $606,000 in TDA monies. Regional Parks is giving us $1.2 million. For example, we're spending $3.4 million of the HUDA gas tax money, 2.7 of the RMRA, and that balances to the $12 million that we were planning to spend on the previous page. And then here's a little pie chart, again, showing you the funding sources for the capital projects, and it gives you an idea of how much each funding source is going to be contributing on a visual basis.
Excuse me, have you done any actuals on how that gas tax money is going to diminish? Do we know how that's going to play out over the next few years? Because I know there's been a steady decline in the gasoline tax with the advent of electric vehicles, et cetera, et cetera.
I have not been tracking that. We have a management analyst in Public Works who's just really, really great at keeping track of those monies. And if you had an interest, we could probably work something up for you.
Well, just as we're budgeting, moving forward, it is a concern.
Yes,
So,
of course.
okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. So here are the enterprise fund projects. First, by which fund is going to be spending the money, and then the funding sources for the projects. So,
Should we ask questions about the last slide, or is this a different? Are we going into a new topic here?
I just have a couple more slides about the CIP, and then we can go back if you would like. So again, we're spending $3.9 million enterprise fund projects, and we have $3.9 million of funding sources. And so you have the projects and then the funding that will be paying for those projects. So then we just wanted to give you an example of a couple of the CIP projects. So we've given you the name of the project, the amount, and the funding sources. So what we did was we picked some of the bigger projects so that you could get a flavor of how some of these projects have several funding sources, and it can become quite fun when we have to move funding sources around and that kind of thing, because you might have a project that ends and you didn't spend all the money. You have projects that came in, but, for the bid a little bit higher, and then we're looking for funds. So we do move these funds around a bit as the projects progress, but here's an example of a few projects and how we pay for them. Okay, so now we can ask questions about the capital projects.
Please.
Thank you. So if you can go back to slide 61, please. So, and then go ahead to the next slide. And then the 63, I'm sorry.
The next one?
Yeah, the 63.
Okay.
So this is, I think at one point you and I talked about how much money there is in CIP fund balance for other projects. This almost $13 million only is for 2025, 2026.
These are new appropriations for 25-26.
Okay.
There are other funds that you previously appropriated, and what happens with those monies is you give us the appropriation. If we do not spend all of those monies, in the budget resolution, you authorize me to roll these monies forward into the next fiscal year. And by doing that, we never lose track of the amount of money that has been committed to the project, and it prevents us from making the mistake of double counting the money. So when the funds are appropriated, we know how much that is. We're looking at the funding sources. We calculate the fund balance for every funding source that we have, and we set these monies aside in those funds. So for example, let's take HUDA, for example. We know how many dollars you have previously appropriated for HUDA, and we roll those monies in. When we do the fund balance calculation, we have a list of all those projects, so we know exactly how much it is, and we add that to the expenditures for the next year so that it comes out of the amount of money that is remaining. And that's how we make sure that we are not double counting any of these monies or losing track, and how much money we have left to spend on each project.
So some of these are not discretionary. In other words, they can only be spent on certain things. Measure M can only be spent on certain things. Bond funds can only be spent on certain things, right? But the general fund infrastructure funds, those funds could be reassigned to something if the council wanted to do that.
I would have to know which projects, well, it's for the new budget. We would have to know whether or not we already have commitments. So there would be a little bit of work in just making sure that we haven't already committed to something and we were waiting for the funding to arrive.
So if you want to go to the next slide, we can look to see that. Or not the next one, there you go.
Now we're into enterprise.
Okay.
So let me see if I can.
What page are you going to here?
I am on page 335. That is where this information came from. This is a summary of that. So let me see. I can find the infrastructure project. So just in scanning the book, it looks like we have $50,000 for the ADA transition plan in those monies. And we also have, oh, where did I see it? That's future. It looks like we also maybe have some local match monies. So when we have projects, you know, sometimes we have to match some of our monies.
So
It looks like the trail to Crane Creek has some infrastructure money in it. I can't tell specifically which year, but we could do some more research on that and dig into the details a little bit.
I wouldn't hold up the improvement of the budget, the approving of the budget on any of that, but I'd just be curious to see, because again, and while we turn to that page, if you go back to that page 335, the first line item is Copeland Creek Detention Basin. And maybe the mayor can just tell me, is that the creek the water's coming out of and skirting across Snyder Lane?
That is the theory.
I like your theory.
We have not had the hydrologist study it yet.
But my question is, it says right there, total budget actual through 24-25 was $27 million. That's how much we've spent so far? Is that what that represents?
Actual through budgeted and plan. I believe that is the total amount of the budget. Is our Director of Public Works here?
Thank you.
Need to see the page, Vanessa? Do you need to see the page?
So let me go up there.
You looked so comfortable back there, I hated to bother you.
I'm just going to sit.
Yep, please do.
So 27 million for the Copeland Creek Detention Basin is the total project's estimate. In the out years, 27, 28, we would need about 24 million for construction. So that's shown in 27, 28. And then the approved budget through 24, 25 is all public facilities finance funds.
So that's not, because one of the people who was here earlier asked me, look at all this money you have. I said, that $27 million does not represent money just sitting around waiting to be spent. And that is a correct statement that I made, right?
Yes, just planned budgeting.
And the, right, and the $3.5 million that is in 24, 25, that is the approved budget. That's the money that the council approved for last year. Was that whole $3.5 million spent?
It was not. It is restricted funding, so it has to be related to specific development projects that are in what's called the Public Facilities Finance Plan. So
I'm confused because it's across from Copeland Creek Detention Basin.
that is an approved project in the Public Facilities Finance Plan.
So there's $3.5 million set aside.
Mm-hmm.
How much of that has been spent?
I would need to check. I believe there's around 2 million, 2.5 million left.
I think the
in that
cavalry's
budget.
coming in.
And if I may clarify this, so when I guess it goes back to the question the mayor asked me about the BRIC grant. So you may recall that we brought forward for your consideration a letter basically to submit to Congressman Thompson's office regarding our advocacy to try to bring back that grant. You may recall that as part of that action, there was about 2.5 million that was coming from this Public Facilities Fund. And with the withdrawal of that grant came the recommendation to basically return that money back to the Public Facilities Fund. So that money will be returned. So that is included in this 3.4 that you're referring to, Councilmember Adams. So the action from the council based upon that lack of grant at the federal level was for us to bring back or leave the money, bring it back to the public facilities fund so that we can, in the future, consider another project that is eligible under the public facilities plan that the city has in place, which is intended only for capacity expansion type projects. This is why this particular project was included in there.
So this is an example of $3.5 million. We're going to take $2.5 million of that amount of money and put it someplace else and wait for an opportunity to spend on some very restricted project?
The funding is restricted. Yes, that's why you're receiving it as part of this special revenue, because it is restricted funding that can only have a specific use. And if I'm not mistaken, part of the $3 million also includes a certain amount from the break grant, correct, Ms. Barrett? Yes, thank
Of
you.
the remaining funding, there's about 2.5 million left, and I believe about 500,000 or a little less than that is grant funding. So that will be not using.
Is as a hydrologist a legitimate use of those funds?
It's a very specific grant for that specific basin. I wish we could use it for regional.
No is an acceptable answer. I'm just asking. I'm not trying to sweat an answer out of you. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it. It's just, and I know Councilwoman Elward shares my feelings here, but people go down one column and they think you guys are loaded. Well, that's not money. That's, especially we're pushing out $23 million to spend in 27, 28. You don't even have those funds to spend. Why is that even in that column over there? Right? So that was my question. Thank you. Please.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have a question. I just wanted to maybe make a suggestion. If we have in the future restricted money to put a R next to whatever you guys, so that way people know that the R mean restricted, so we cannot touch it. Because if we don't, for someone like me that is not in finance, I just see that, I'm like, oh, we do have money, so what are you talking about? But if there is something that's an asterisk or an R, that will actually help in the future to know that we can't use that money.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes? No? Okay. Please.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanessa.
Okay, so now we're going to move on to our internal service funds. And we had some post-study session changes for internal service funds as well. So we had an increase of $192,316 for general liability and risk management. And then we had a reduction of $40,000 for risk management property premiums. So we needed to add vehicle replacement revenue of $419,000. We had a transfer out for a vehicle purchase. So during the study session, we had told you that we were planning to buy a bucket truck, but the funding had not been included. So this brings the funding over to the department. So we'll be transferring the money from the vehicle replacement fund over to the Public Works budget so that they can purchase that bucket truck. We had a slight increase to internal service fund charges of information technology and general liability. And in fleet, we also had an increase in charges for services revenue. So as part of balancing out the budget, we needed to add some costs to the other funds, and then the fleet department receives those monies in order to balance out their budget. So in total, we had reductions of $58,057 in internal service fund changes. And so here we have a similar chart that you just saw for the special revenue funds, where we have the beginning fund balances, the projected revenue, projected expenditures, and then we have a column called net depreciation and reserves. So depreciation is a non-cash expense, and so we add that back into the fund balance, and then we have the ending fund balance for each one of those funds. Any questions on the internal service funds?
Council? No? Please.
Okay. So then we also had some changes in the enterprise funds. So just like we had an adjustment for the sub-regional on the PF side, we also have a similar adjustment in the sewer utility. So we have a decrease of $75,000 for sub-regional. And then we also had another adjustment to the sub-regional costs of $274,000. We had salaries and benefits adjustments of $29,000 because we needed to add some standby pay and some administrative leave pay. We had increases in the cost allocation plan charges of $293,000 to the sewer. And then we also had an increase in internal service fund charges in sewer as well. In the water utility, we had an increase of $37,000 for salaries and benefits, and we had an increase of $93,000 in cost allocation plan charges for the water fund. So the water fund also had an increase in internal service fund charges for IT, general liability of $46,000. Water utility, we needed to add another $25,000 to the U-Cart. We estimated it at $35,000, but when they started pricing, we realized we needed another $25,000 for that. Water capitalization transfer out to water CIP. The project was included in the study session, but we hadn't completely balanced out our transfers, and we need to send another $209,000 over to water CIP. In the recycle water fund, we had an increase of $65,000 in salaries and benefits. We had an increase in IT charges of $3,700, and then recycle water has an additional transfer out to CIP of $150,000. So enterprise changes amount to about $609,000. And then here we have the similar chart to what we just showed you with the internal service funds, where we show you the beginning balance, the revenues, expenditures, and then we have our net depreciation and reserve and our estimated ending fund balances. So the reason that we have bigger negatives in the sewer fund and the water fund is because we have two reserves set up in those funds. We have a rate stabilization reserve, and that's $1.5 million for each of the funds. And then we also have an operating reserve. And so because we don't want to make the mistake of spending those monies, we take them out of the fund balance calculation. So the ending fund balance are funds that we know that are available to spend. And as you can see in water, we are dipping into our reserves in order to fund a capital project. We have a water rate study in progress, and hopefully we will be able to set the rates in order to reestablish the operating reserve and get a healthy balance there. Any questions on the enterprise funds?
Colleagues?
If you could just go back one slide, you just mentioned something about borrowing the funds from our reserves?
From the water fund reserve.
From the water fund reserve. Okay,
Water
thank
fund
you. Just
reserve.
want to clarify.
Yes.
All right.
Anything else? Okay.
You are welcome. Okay, so now we're going to talk about our teeny tiny little permanent funds. We only have two, and they're related to each other. So we have a Spreckles endowment, and it has monies in that we were given, and we are supposed to invest those funds. And when with the interest earnings from those funds, we send the money to the Spreckles Donation Fund, and from there, we are able to fund enhancements to the Performing Arts Center. So the Spreckles Endowment Fund has an ending fund balance of about $340,000. The amount of money that we originally had was $500,000, but we have made an investment with some of those funds, and so the interest earnings that we are getting, the projected revenue, we get two pieces. One, for the funds that we have invested on the $340,000, they're part of the pool, but then the water fund owes the Spreckles Endowment monies, and so we are making principal and interest payments to that fund, and so we are earning interest, and so we can spend that money to benefit the Performing Arts Center. And so these are the amounts of money that we have. Any questions?
I have a question,
Okay.
but I'm going to let Samantha go first. Okay, then I'll do it. So let's go back to what you said before about Spreckles Fund loan money to who?
The water fund. So I'm trying to remember what year. I think it's 2000. In 2017, we did a sewer bond refunding.
Okay.
Because we had an opportunity to have better interest rates. We also had water bonds at the same time, and we talked about whether or not we should do a refunding on the water bonds as well. The rates were good, and we were looking at the opportunities. We did not owe as much money for the water bonds as what we did for the sewer bonds. And so we looked at options for what we could do to not have to do a refunding of the water bonds. It is very expensive to do a refunding. And so what we were able to do was to find opportunities within our own city funds to loan money to the water fund and pay off those water bonds. And so I believe we have 4 different funds that the water fund borrowed money from, and we are making those annual payments of principal and interest. And we have signed agreements with each one of the funds, and we have an amortization schedule, and we are following that schedule.
How many of these sorts of borrowing things do we have in?
Internal? Mm-hmm. That is the only one that I'm aware of that is a formal borrowing where we actually.
It sounds like a cash out refi. We moved the money from here, borrowed it from over there, but then we have to pay it back, and now we're benefiting from the interest. Is that what's?
Correct.
Okay.
Right, because that's the only thing that we can do with the Spreckles endowment money is to invest it. And so that's the only thing we can do. And so by having a signed agreement, so they have I think the rate is 3% interest.
Really?
That they're getting. So, sometimes it's better, sometimes it's worse than what we can do with our rates, but that was the rate that was agreed upon at the time that we loaned the monies. So.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I think we had another question.
Not anymore.
Okay. Just checking. Please.
Have I worn you out yet? Okay, so here is our city all-in budget. And so we, citywide, all funds in, our proposed revenues are $184,000. No, $184 million, sorry. I told you, my glasses. We have proposed expenditures of $175 million, and we have projected additions to reserve of $9 million. And I want to be very clear that none of this money is general fund. These are, the addition to the reserves are all within our special revenue fund, our enterprise funds, permanent funds, all of those other funds, because as you will recall, we have a balanced budget on the general fund side, and we're taking the $1.5 million out. So this $9 million is going to all of those specified funds with specific spending. Any questions?
Yes, please.
So this projected addition to reserves, these are reserves for the not general fund monies.
Correct.
So in addition to the $22 million in general fund reserves, there's an additional $9 million in reserves for special funds.
Well, there's more than that. This is the addition to.
Okay.
So we have special revenue funds, we have the enterprise funds, we have internal service funds. So all of those funds hold their own balances. And so we keep track of them separately. They each have their own checkbook, so to speak. The money goes into the checkbook, the money goes out of the checkbook. We balance that checkbook separately. So depending on how much revenues have come in, what we've spent the money on, if we're setting any reserves aside for specific things, we have monies that all of those special funds are paying for some of those capital projects that you saw. So we can only spend those monies for the things that fund says we can spend it on, and that's our charge. And so we do have additional funds sometimes in those various funds.
So in addition to the $9 million that you're adding now, how much is there?
I would have to add it up. I don't know if I can do that. I don't know if I have it in the book or not.
You can tell me tomorrow.
I can tell you tomorrow. I can do that.
You can tell me next week. So I just want to be clear, that $9 million you're setting aside has nothing to do with the general fund reserves.
Correct. Absolutely none.
And I'm going to piggyback a little bit to, I think, further clarify. That means it can only be used for very specific things. So if there's like a specific project that allows to pay for the salary, then maybe it could pay for a salary. But it can't pay for a general continued salary that is not attached to those special funds.
That is correct. So starting on page 165 in the budget book, for all the special revenue funds, we have a description of each and every fund and why we get the money and what we can spend the money on. So we know when we do the budget and we look at what we can spend on, we follow these rules and make sure that we are only spending the monies for these purposes. This also includes the enterprise funds as well. And so, when you're looking at additions to reserves, if we didn't spend all the money that we're collecting for the enterprise funds, because maybe we're trying to build funds so that we can do a capital project, those funds are accumulating as well. But again, water can only be spent on water, sewer on sewer. Where they do a joint project, they each put in their fair share of the monies. And so if you have an interest, you could read through what we can spend those monies on.
Which page was that on?
For the special revenue funds, it starts on page 165. And we try to have a description in the front of each one of our areas that talks about the fund a little bit and what the purpose of the fund is.
Again, for the sake of our constituents that are watching, I just want to be clear that this is restricted money.
Yes.
It's not something that we can just spend. It's restricted money.
That is correct.
Okay. Because I don't want them to have the illusion that we have $9 million again.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
No, it's okay. I just turned it on. So without going through all of these funds one at a time, would there be any, I guess I could ask the city manager, are there any of these funds that have reserves that we could use to fund a hydrologist for the flooding problem in the town? Just $9 million there, plus heaven only knows how much more. We'll know next week. Wouldn't we take some of these reserves?
Can I also add to that, in terms of the hydrologist, because I think it gets forgotten a lot, District 1 also floods. This city hall has been evacuated due to those floods. So it's not just not that that's what you guys are saying, but I want to make it clear as well of there's 2-3 districts that go through this every single time, and that's a vast majority. And we heard earlier with our bike program, the density in District 1. So unfortunately, a lot of those folks are not able to come to these meetings. And so I want us to consider that as well. As there is a high dense population in District 1. Our city hall runs in District 1, and it's gotten evacuated due to that. So if we can find money in here to that, I would like us to seriously consider that and hopefully get that sooner than later.
And just to build on that, just a little bit, from the research that I've done, and I'm a restaurant guy, but the majority of the water is coming down the Copeland Creek, absolutely. The majority of it's coming across the creek, and a lot of it's just going straight across town, as Councilmember Rodriguez says, flooding right here, flooding over at the mobile home park, et cetera, et cetera. But there is thought that once the water hits the basin, it is traveling north, and it is affecting H section, for sure. I think the question was to you.
Yep.
Sorry. Please.
Thank you. So we have heard loud and clear, and if you remember the presentation from our Public Works Department, there was a list of different projects that have been placed on that list because of need. So as staff, when we look at these projects and the needs, we know that, you know, the flooding situation, as was pointed out by the residents, it's been going around for 20 plus years. And Councilmember Rodriguez is correct. We have other areas throughout the city that flood, so we know that is a major priority. We know there's been conversation about pickleball and the resurfacing of the tennis courts. We had a very good meeting. In fact, it was yesterday with a representative from the tennis club of Rohnert Park sharing with us, and we know we had a tournament this weekend hosting pickleball. So we absolutely know the importance of these projects. In fact, we wouldn't have brought forward that project for resurfacing the courts if we didn't realize the value. So when we look at these projects and we know that it's a need in the community, believe me, if we knew there was funding anywhere within that we could use, we would bring that forward as a recommendation. As I look through the list of 100 and, you know, on page 165, and I look through all these special revenues, these are projects that we cannot fund through there. Or let me correct myself. We could do it, but we just have to be prepared, one, to get an audit finding because it is not consistent with what the use of that money is, or we would have to repay it. So, you know, just know that as staff, we listen to the priorities of the community, and if there is a funding source that we could use, we would have brought it forward because we realize the value of these projects.
Could we, on page 169, go Sonoma Special Revenue 4328? Revenues received from County of Sonoma on 1/4 cent sales tax. Tax proceeds must be spent to fund transportation and programs and projects as allowed by the Go Sonoma Act to repair roads, address potholes, improve traffic flow, and combat climate change. Is that one that maybe we could re-review to see if it falls under that? Because I think what's happening, yes, it's been happening for 20 years, but the severity, I believe, could, I'm curious if that could fall under the climate change because it used to happen like once every 5 years kind of a situation, and now it's happening every year and more intensely, I believe, due to climate change. So I'm just curious if that might be an example of where we might be able to relook at if that funds can be used for the hydrologist.
And we can definitely do that. This is funding too that the majority of it, if I'm not mistaken, is going to preserve our pavement. So it's a matter of priorities. I mean, you know, we obviously made a recommendation because we know we are not funding at the level we should, our pavement system. So, you know, right now we're receiving complaints about courts that are not resurfaced. If we don't take care of our pavement system, which is the majority of the asset that the city has throughout, then I think the complaints are going to turn to streets. But yes, to answer your question, we can look at that funding source and see if that is a possibility. So we can do that.
Thank you. And I do agree, sorry, because I actually got a call today about even the slurry. So it is also for the public to understand we're trying to balance what the priority is as we also hear from them what their priorities are. And you're right? If we're going to do one, something's going to drop. That's just a natural thing. And so I just think if we can look at it and then I believe this council is pretty good about talking to our partner agencies as well, regional folks, because Rohnert Park, and it's been acknowledged, definitely pulls more than its fair share countywide on a lot of initiatives. And so it'd be great to continue our partnerships to kind of get a little bit more of that support back for our residents.
So if I may, on page 208 in the budget book, we have the budget for Go Sonoma, and all of those monies, for the most part, have been slated already into a CIP project. And it looks like this is a new measure. It replaces the Measure M that has sunset. And so we're expecting about $752,000 in revenue. And we have about $700,000 programmed for CIP and another $50,000 to go into contracts. And so all that's left for this year is about $2,000 unless we were to reorganize how we are spending the money.
So I do not know this budget book as well as you do, and I do not know this budget book as well as the city manager does. I know we have competing priorities. In this particular case, I would like to ask the council to support me in directing the city manager to find the funds for the hydrologist over there. In a $184 million budget, with, there's $9 million in reserves that we can see. Let's just say there's half again as much of that, right? So there's another 4 or 5 million there, right? I would like to have the city manager find and come back to us and say, listen, here's where we're going to find the money. Here's what you're going to give up when you do that, right? But let's have some options. I don't want to hold up the budget tonight, but to me, this is at one point we said, this has been going on for 20 years. Oh, well, I'm horrified by what's been going on for 20 years over in certain neighborhoods. To me, this is a citywide problem. And I don't know if anyone would join me in asking the city manager to find those funds and come back and get it inside the CIP budget, the general fund. I don't know where you're going to find it, but we find money when we need to find money.
I actually would agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same.
Any other questions?
No. Well, I don't know. Do we have more questions? Okay.
So next, I just wanted to read back for you the 5-year plan that we had showed you during the study session. And just as a quick reminder, these are the things that were considered as we put the 5-year plan together, the estimates that were used, what we thought would be the appropriate increases in each of the areas based on prior history and then what we know about the economy today. And then we had some expenditure assumptions as well. So, we did our best guess estimate of how much these costs would go up over the next 5 years. And we also did some excluding. So when we worked on the plan, we tried to take out the things that we knew were volatile or the things that you couldn't rely on from year to year to be consistent because we wanted to remove trend. They were also things that we could maybe have options about. So for capital outlay, that's an option. So you don't want the numbers to be skewed because you spent a lot of money in one year and you didn't the next. And how do you make a projection on what you think you might spend going forward? So where we thought that there were options for the council, we took those numbers out. So what we have here then is two things. The upper chart is the chart that I showed you during the study session that had the proposed budget at that point in time. And it shows in budget 25-26 that we were expecting to need the $5.2 million that we talked about. And then projecting forward out through 3031, without the casino monies coming in and supporting the budget, that we were expecting to have a shortfall of about $10 million in that budget year. And that's if we didn't do anything, just straight calculate the numbers. The second chart down below is the post-study session chart. So I started with the 25-26 budget as we are presenting it to you. And then right next to it, I gave you another 25-26 budget where I pulled out all of those items that would ruin the trend line. And so when I pulled those out, including the contribution from the casino, we would have a $6.7 million deficit, pulling out revenues. I also pulled out like the safe revenue because we don't know if we're going to get it next year. So we're trying to give you a good baseline of what it would look like without revenues that we couldn't necessarily rely on. And then we did a forecast out of that. And so in fiscal year 3031, we would end up with no other changes, about a $12 million deficit, all things being equal. And part of what made that go up is we had some increase in expenditures as well, and so that drove it up a little bit. But this is just a little snapshot just to give you a flavor of what it might look like and what we might be facing in the future if we do nothing, if we, if we don't get our sales tax initiative, or the casino monies don't come in as strongly as we would like them to, or, we need to continue to fund that $40 million project, so there won't be as many casino funds available next year as what there were this year. So are there any questions on this little snapshot of
Questions?
5-year plan?
So, again, excuse me if I repeat myself a lot. So, as of now, with the plan that you give us, what 5 years look for us based on what? Is that the second chart or the first chart? Are we going to have a deficit, or we took care of the deficit?
So on both charts, we have a deficit. The first chart was the one that I showed you when we were going to use $5.2 million of casino funds. So that was our shortfall because we had brought our budget in line for 25-26, except for the monies that we needed from the casino. And so starting from that point, forecasting forward through 3031, we didn't bring any casino funds in, but we did our best projection of revenues and expenditures based on those other assumptions that I showed you. And I took out revenues that were not consistent. I took out transfers. I took out capital purchases because I didn't want to include them because they ruin the trend line. So that doesn't mean that we may not buy things in those years, but I just took them out because they're inconsistent numbers. And so that's where we ended up with the $10 million deficit in 3031. On the lower chart, I started with our 25-26 budget, and as you can see, it's balanced. There's no deficit because we brought casino monies in to the extent that we needed them, the $4.3 million. And then in the next column over, I took the casino monies out, I took the safe monies out, I took capital purchases out. I took all of those things out to give you a picture of what it would look like with just basic revenues and basic expenditures. And then I used those assumptions to forecast out through 3031. So when we do next year's budget, we will be looking at our revenues. If they improve, then we will spend our monies accordingly. But we aren't going to have the same amount of casino monies available next year as we had this year. And that's because we get about $7.3 million in casino funds. I'm going to have to take $5 million out of that to set aside for the Dowdell project, which will only leave us with about, $2.3, $2.4 million And then there's 900 and some $1,000 in fund balance because we didn't send it all this year because we had little savings. So I only think we have about 3.3-ish million dollars next year to send to the general fund, and we needed $4.3 million this year.
So, again, sorry. So you say we get $7 million on casino funds?
That's about how much we receive in revenue in the supplemental fund. And then I have to take 5 of that and set it aside for the Dowdell.
I understand that. So what about the 12? Don't we receive like 12 million from the casino?
Is that correct that
We
there's
receive
12, but
various
there's some that
amounts.
goes to a certain bucket, was my understanding when we spoke last?
Yes, we have several buckets of casino money. The supplemental money is the fund that we have some discretion over. Its purpose is to first mitigate impacts to the casino, to the general fund, and then when there's funding left over from that, then we are free to use those monies as we see fit. All of the other casino funds are specified for a specific purpose. And so we have to use those monies as the tribe has told us we have to use them. For example, casino mitigation, we can't just send that money to the general fund. We can spend those dollars for mitigation impacts that have been negotiated, but we can't take that money out of that fund and send it to the general fund. And then we have our JIPA. The JIPA is only for Wilfred maintenance. That's all we can spend it on. So we do have different pots of money, but they are restricted. The supplemental is the one that we have some discretion over.
Okay. I just wanted that clarification for my constituent.
Absolutely, it's not easy.
Just again, for clarification, when we're saying deficit, this is projected because we don't know what's going to happen next year. Lots happening this year that we didn't think was going to happen either. You mean structural deficit, meaning if we were to continue spending the way we want to, then yes, we would be in an actual deficit. But if we continue tightening, like this year, we could potentially be balanced. I just want to make sure kind of equally that our community understands when we're talking deficit, we're kind of projecting currently a structural deficit, and that means if we were to have spent the way we were, this is how much money we would have in an actual deficit versus what an actual deficit is. Because I think what I hear back causes a lot of confusion and sounds like we have no money, and then we come here and it's like we're balanced. So I'm just trying to make sure that we're clarifying and kind of defining what we mean when we're saying a deficit.
Yeah. So when we refer to a structural deficit, we are talking about when our expenditures exceed our revenues, and that's what we have. We have been very fortunate to have the casino monies that we can transfer in. It's an additional funding source for us as long as we have those funds available. But within the general fund itself does have a structural deficit because our revenues are less than our expenditures. Because we can transfer those monies into the general fund, it brings our revenue level up to a point where our revenues and our expenditures equal each other. And so that is how we balance our budget. So when I'm talking to you about my concern for next year, when we needed $4.3 million of casino monies this year, and I think I'm only going to have about $3.3 million next year, that is a little bit problematic. Now, I don't know yet how the 24-25 year is going to end. So once we have an accounting of that, we may be able to not have to transfer the $7.5 million in. We may be better off. And so we will have to make some decisions about whether or not we transfer in the whole amount, which is what has been done in the past, or if we send some of that money back and hold it so that we can spend it in the next budget year. But then that's where we're not going to have savings or leftover funds within the general fund. So the casino, when we have monies left over, it's generally because we brought all the casino monies in. It wasn't because our revenues did much better or we had a lot of savings. Does that make sense?
And if I may add, so if you look at the post-study session chart, in the absence of us not increasing our revenue sources, you can see that by the fiscal year 2030, 2031, if we continue, because there's no question that our expenditures are escalating. And this is without considering any deferred maintenance, is our basically shortfall of funding is going to be $12.2 million. This year, we were able to balance the budget, but look at what we sacrificed. We didn't, well, the recommendation is not to award, the pickleball project, because obviously out of the transfer that Ms. Holst is referring to, the $2 million came from those casino funds. We are freezing positions. You heard earlier from our employees at Public Works the importance of positions. Doing these one-time solutions is not a way to operate a city. It is not. And so, this is why we're considering the sales tax initiative. But our revenues more than likely will continue being flat, probably for, the next 2 to 3 years. So it's important that we pay attention to this 5-year forecast. That's why we wanted to do it, and we're presenting it to you just to indicate that if we don't do anything, and like I said, there's no question, or there could be additional sacrifices in terms of expenses. You know that the largest cost is salaries. So we could be looking in the next 5 years at a $12.2 million deficit. If not higher, it could be less because we're monitoring our sales tax. But if there was to be, any kind of negative shock to our sales tax revenue or property taxes or TOT, this picture could be worse than what we are projecting here.
I'd just like to add to what the city manager said. Since she's arrived here, has mentioned a number of times that we cannot live off of counting on somebody giving us money to balance our books. I understand that, right? I believe that's why we have it's called a structural deficit. This isn't the first year this has happened. This has been going on for years. I had a former city council member call me and say, "You guys have a deficit?" I said, "Same one you had when you were on the city council." And we're solving it the same way. We will leave here tonight voting on a budget that is balanced. And we're very fortunate. Other councils are leaving their budget sessions with budgets that are not balanced. And I appreciate the work that, I don't know when Betsy sleeps. I don't imagine it's very often, but I appreciate the work and the long hours and the time and the putting things together. It's not a perfect process, but I think we're going to be, this year we're fine, right? Next year remains to be seen. But thank you. I appreciate your counsel. It's good counsel.
Okay, so now I'm going to turn it back to City Manager Piedra to give us our wrap-up.
Thank you. So after obviously looking at what our forecast is and addressing, as we pointed out, how we basically have closed the gap for this fiscal year 2025-26, what the actions that are being proposed in order to be able to operate the city and have the less impact to our residents is the recommendation to continue a hiring freeze. We are very strategic. We have had, certain vacancies that have come up, and, in coordination with the department that's seeing those vacancies, HR, and of course, my office, we are evaluating those. And if it's needed for continuity of services, we will consider hiring those positions. So we're dealing with these vacancies on a case-by-case basis. We are evaluating, and we'll be getting, in fact, a presentation on the 24th from our Community Services Department just to evaluate our service models. And this is all departments, we're all doing that. If there's ways that we can deliver services in a different fashion, we are contemplating that. We're looking at strategic budget reductions. Again, the whole point is to minimize any impact to personnel and obviously service delivery. You already saw we're using casino funds, reserves, when we can, and one-time funds to be able to address the general fund deficit. And as you saw, and we talked about earlier, with the loss of the BRIC grant, this is the federal grant, that in turn gave us $2.5 million back into potential infrastructure projects that are eligible that we can do. So that helps. And then, of course, the consideration for the sales tax increase. Currently, we are at 9.75%. We can go up to 10.25%. That's the maximum in Sonoma County. So these are some of the recommendations and just actions we're looking at to be able to look at our finances. Next slide. Direct impacts, and we're hearing it, of course, is, in particular, the closure of Magnolia Pool. Overall, when we look at the usage, I'm sure that for those 63 people that used it during the time that this pool was open, the pool was important to them. In comparison to other uses, obviously we have other pools that are highly utilized. It's painful. It's painful making these decisions. We also are not going to be providing childcare services at the sports center. We realize that, not a lot of members of the sports center are using this service, so we decided to not fund that. As you know, again, there was a big concern about the Catholic Charities contract being reduced from the savings, and the presentation that you received earlier, we were able to extend that contract to June 30th, and we are awarding or extending that contract in the amount of about $129,000. But it was reduced. This contract was initially almost $500,000. We just couldn't fund that. The share contract, that is not being recommended for funding, so that's a reduction of $235,000. So these are the direct impacted services. When you think about, the full service city that we are, these are direct impacts, for services, which again, they're important to those that are utilizing it, but overall, we're not affecting public safety. We're being very, very strategic in these reductions that we're doing. Next slide. So in summary, our recommended action is for you to consider adopting a resolution adopting the city budget for fiscal year 25-26, and also consider adopting the resolution adopting the proposed 5-year capital improvement program for fiscal year 25-26 through fiscal year 2029-30. And of course, the specific capital improvement projects for fiscal year 2025-26 as included in our city budget for fiscal year 2025-26. Thank you.
Okay, unless there's further discussion, I'll entertain a motion.
I'm happy to make a motion, but I just have one thing to talk about really quickly, and that is, I understand closing the pool, spending $24,000 so 66 people could swim. That's not feasible. So as sad as that makes me, that's okay. Making someone my mother's age swim in the early hours of the morning or late in the evening when the fog's coming in, I'm not okay with that. I don't know what's the proper way to say, let's get those seniors back in here in the middle of the day. I don't know what we need to move around to do that, but I'm not happy with what I heard today from them, that they're having to come early in the morning or late in the afternoon. So I don't know if there's anyone who joins me with that.
I do. I think, we were given a proposed schedule and looking at it, I can tell you.
Looking at it too.
Just from my experience when working with children, the proposed makes sense to me unless things have changed. Usually folks want to take them not necessarily right at high noon to avoid sunburns for kids as well. So I'm in agreement of at least looking at alternative options, or maybe even, I wrote a note, could we rotate at which pool, right? So maybe Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, it's at B pool, Thursday, Friday, H, or something like that, just to give folks an option and accessibility as well. We can't assume everybody has a car to get to or is able to drive or has somebody to drive them across town, and sometimes it's easier to access something a little bit closer.
So there's two.
Yeah, well, I would support that as well. Madam City Manager, can we take a look at that and see if there can be an accommodation there for our seniors?
We will look at the pool schedule. Thank you.
Is it appropriate to make a motion now?
If you'd like to.
Unless somebody else has some questions yet? No. Okay. So I'd like to make a motion that we adopt a resolution approving and adopting the operating budget for the City of Rohnert Park fiscal year 25-26 Adopt a resolution adopting the proposed 5-year capital improvement program for 25-26 through 29-30, and the capital improvement projects for 25-26 is included in the city budget for fiscal year 2025-26, with the codicil that we have asked the city manager to find the money to hire a hydrologist for this fiscal year.
Does that have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. So the motion has been made and it's been second. Can we have a roll, any discussion before we take a roll call vote? Okay. It does, oh, it could be by affirmation? Please, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries 5-0, no abstentions. Okay, do we need a couple of minutes before we head into the next item? Yeah. Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break. Thank you. Okay, we'll bring it back to item 9B, discussion and direction of 5 priority projects for Sonoma County Transportation and Climate Authorities, funding cycle 2. And just before we start with the staff report, I will tell you that the criteria for the funding was adopted by SCTA yesterday. And I believe, who's going to do this? Edie's going to do this? Please, staff report.
It's going to be a
And
team
welcome.
effort.
Team effort, I like it.
So, good evening, Mayor and council members. As the mayor has mentioned, the Sonoma County Transportation and Climate Authorities have adopted the criteria for a funding program, the SCTCA, funding program cycle 2. And what that is the SCTCA looks across at many funding sources. In this case, for this funding program, it's $100 million in funding, in various funding, federal, state, local, regional, for the next 6 years. And they try to coordinate projects that are being submitted by jurisdictions from across Sonoma County and strategically guide them toward the right match of funding that takes advantage of what the projects are, that meets goals of local, regional, state, federal plans. So it's a big effort that requires a big effort from staff and the council members for choosing priority projects that will, again, strategically meet the criteria. The staff report and your packet has 2 attachments, attachment 1 and attachment 2. Attachment 1 is a 16-page application. Attachment 2 are the criteria, the rubric by which these projects are scored. So,
thing to add is that all jurisdictions are limited to 5 projects. However, Santa Rosa and the County of Sonoma get the opportunity to submit 10 projects. So just kind of a little background on that. So please continue. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just wanted to inform the council of that.
absolutely. But we can get competitive. So tonight, we're hoping at this, during this item, that we'll review as briefly as I can the background information. I've given you a little bit already. Discuss the 5 priority project recommendations from staff. We'd like to hear your input on the projects themselves, if you have any comments. So changes, additions, deletions, and a prioritization. This will help staff put together the applications. Obviously, we will do our best to put together 5 outstanding applications, but the period of applications is from now till the beginning of August 8th. So it's not a lot of time for a very, very comprehensive application. And what this does too is it does set up, and I have to give them, SCTCA, this, with the applications that we have and the information that we're going to be putting together, we certainly could use that information to apply in the future or now for other funding sources that aren't included in the funding program. So it's going to be a lot of work, but it'll be a good investment of our time to prepare competitive projects. So we've mentioned the grading rubric, and I mentioned that in your in the packet there is an attachment 2 that is 26 pages of a grading rubric. The points that are going to be awarded for the values, the aspects of the projects, data that we can come up with, justifications for why our projects are meet goals, meet transportation goals, as well as and I'm going to say be competitive with projects across Sonoma County for certain funding programs. These are 6 of 12 in the grading rubric. They all have different weights. We know that we have the projects that we've chosen to recommend to you will score well in these 6, as well as some of the other 12. But these are just examples of some of the aspects of the projects that we are going to make the case for in our applications for their strengths. We are we were very strategic for the years that we had planned to have a priority equity area, the PDAs, priority development area. So not every jurisdiction has a PDA. So, we were, again, strategic in making sure there's housing and activity around transit. So that gets us points. Safety and active transportation elements among safety will score 20 points and active transportation elements 25. So these are areas too that are important to our community, but also where we think we can score high. Location, that refers to, I've mentioned activity centers, housing, so kind of related to PDAs, but these are designated places, but again, making the case. Project readiness, we do, among the 5 projects, some are in progress and have been in our CIP for a while, and many of them, if not all of them, I think have funds, or they're in design, or where we have, there's leverage because they've been started, they're not fresh, they've been thought out, and we've already invested some sort of resources in them. Emission reductions, usually related to taking cars off the road too. And congestion, reliability, traffic flow. We put that up there because it is one of the aspects of the rubric that are scored, and it's a important concern, in our community. It doesn't score as many points to address it, but it's something that is important to us and that we will be addressing, especially on the west side. But with that, I mentioned that traffic flow, that sort doesn't yield, or addressing it in a project doesn't yield as many points for the programs, the funding programs that are included in this $100 million of programming across 6 years. So we do know from looking at the rubric that there are projects that won't be competitive, and they would be capacity type of projects, again, here it says, that support increased vehicle traffic, because we're not trying to put more cars on the road, we're trying to be efficient and lessen, especially single occupancy, and roadway intersection widening projects, and those usually have to do with being able to put more cars on the road. So I mentioned the west side, so we want to address this head on. Why not apply for all 5 traffic mitigation projects in support of casino expansion? We have to, there are probably some of you that have written grants before, we have to write to the rubric. So the rubric, those 26 pages of where you get your points, unfortunately, for the 5 projects on the west side that have to do with mitigating the effects of casino expansion, they will, the first 4, Golf Course Drive and Redwood Drive improvements, that's intersection lane additions. The next one are new roadway, other intersection lane additions, those are capacity projects. So they will not score well in this application process. However, the last one, Redwood and Rohnert Park Expressway intersection roundabout, or some improvements there at that intersection, Redwood Drive and Rohnert Park Expressway, safety issues. So safety issues are highly weighted in the rubric, so we think that it would be competitive if we make our case. So I will turn it over to Vanessa to describe our staff recommended projects for our 5 priority projects to put forward in this SCTCA funding program cycle 2.
And just one, only because I sit on that board, you are being very modest. So Rohnert Park has a tradition up at SCTA of submitting very good projects that score very highly. And that is all on you. And I just want to take a moment to say thank you, because you are just on top of it. And I know that when I go up there, I have the ability to fight for these projects because they're just so well written. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we had planned for many years, along with this council, on really addressing the goals of the plans. So it's a team effort, and it's been years that we've been really trying to address the things that are of concern.
All right, thank you. So I have listed in what the staff recommended priority is for our top 5 proposal projects for your review. I'm not going to go through each one on this page because I have a slide for every single project. So the first recommended project that staff feels like we should put forward is our Highway 101 Copeland Creek overcrossing. So it's a bicycle and pedestrian bridge over Highway 101. This project supports safe, active travel across a major barrier and provides a key connection between the east and west sides of town and a regional connection for some other trail networks throughout the county. So the reason we're recommending this as the first priority is we do have some funding already, some grant funding for this project already. We put it out for an request for proposals for design and environmental services over the last couple of months, and it came back much higher than the funding amount that we received for grant funding. So we pretty much, we're going to negotiate with that consultant, but we know that we still need additional funding to be able to continue with the design and environmental portion of this project. So we are proposing up to $2 million to basically be able to proceed with the next phase of this project, which is design and environmental portions of the project. Am I echoing? Sorry. Okay. So then for the second recommendation, this is a casino expansion support project. We have 2 options for your consideration. So our first option, so this is the intersection of Redwood Drive and Rohnert Park Expressway. The first option, which you're seeing here, staff is in the process of completing a feasibility study for what we can do at this intersection. And option 2A is a multi-lane roundabout, similar to what you're looking at now. So the benefits of this option, if you're thinking of the rubric, is it would substantially decrease queuing at this intersection and wait times. It would also have a drastic reduction in potential severe and fatal collisions like roundabouts do everywhere. And so also overall, it would improve the intersection wait times by 45% in comparison to like the full build out of the west side of town. So it's well above our general plan's required level of service for intersections. So we're consistent there. It's much, much better. And also it's going to make that traffic flow better than our current traffic flow is now, even with no improvements there or no build out, of the casino expansion or any west side development. So that is option 2A. That is staff recommended option, but we also do want to give council the option of a more traditional improvement, which is so adding a 3rd left-bound turn lane if you are on Redwood Drive and you're turning to go eastbound on Rohnert Park Expressway. So that would also be another modification that we could propose for the casino expansion support. So this may also involve moving some existing sidewalk to accommodate that left turn lane. It would be pretty much eliminating that median that's in the middle of Redwood Drive currently. So this would improve traffic flow by around 20% as compared to the fully built out development traffic on the west side of town. And so it also would be within the general plan's required level of service, but it wouldn't bring traffic queuing down to our current, 0 expansion that we have now level of service. So traffic would be, worse than it is now, but better. It would help with the expansion mitigation. So that's option 2B. Then we have for our 3rd project, we have the active transportation plan pedestrian improvements. So as Director Hose alluded to, we have a large CIP project for pavement maintenance. And whenever we are doing pavement maintenance, if we're doing anything that is either an overlay or more, we have to upgrade the curb ramps. So our 2025 project has, I believe, over 100 curb ramps that we have to upgrade. So that's about $1 million worth of curb ramps, that doesn't go into the pavement preservation component, it goes into the accessibility improvements. So we would like to help supplement sort of our pavement preservation program and also our active transportation plan for 2026 by asking for $1 million to supplement our pavement preservation program and use some grant funding to upgrade about 73 curb ramps that we would need to do anyways as part of our preventative maintenance program. And then, this is very small, but this is the Rohnert Park downtown PDA. And we do have an environmental document that has some traffic mitigation measures associated with this PDA. The mitigation measures are a total of around $10 million. And we would like to submit a grant to support some of those improvements for our PDA. We do need to install a couple of traffic signals, or the project would need to install a couple of traffic signals. We'd have to do some major improvements along State Farm Drive and Enterprise Drive to support the project. So we would like to submit an application to support that downtown project as well. So that would be our number 4. And then number 5 is continuing our infrastructure improvements along Southwest Boulevard. So this project is the largest project of the 5. It would involve actually replacing the sound wall on the north side, and then redoing all of the asphalts from Adrian Drive to Country Club, and putting in some active transportation elements, protected bike lanes, sidewalk to the north, and some crosswalk enhancements. So this one is, an over $10 million project. We would propose to fund it in the year 3031, so way, way, way out there. And this is the only one that we don't have an existing match for, scoped out. So that would be our 5th proposed project. So again, we've listed the order. We'd like your direction on any edits or changes to the order or the project scope that we described. And then we'd like direction on which option for project number 2 the council would like to move forward with the application process for. And yeah, we're open for any questions.
Thank you, and thank you very much for that presentation. Before we turn to the council, is there anyone from the public who would like to speak on this? Seeing none, we'll start the discussion. Questions, comments?
So just remind me, which of these do you have the most funds ready to go and do the project for? It looks...
So 1 through 4, we have funding for. So project 1, we already have a grant that can be used as a match. So that's great. And then number 2, we have casino supplemental funding in that project to use as a match. Project number 3, we have our special revenue funds that we use for road maintenance as a match. The PDA, we have a downtown project, as an example of what we could use as a match. And we have 1.6 in another grant in that project that we can use as a match. But the number 5 project, we do not have.
So we don't have any money to start that with? Because that one is that's a high priority on my list. But I'm concerned about the funding. I will just say my bias for project number 2. I like the idea of adding the extra left-hand turn lane to go east onto Expressway rather than the roundabout. But taking out that median, to me, eek. That's a that just looks like an accident waiting to happen, but I still to this day don't understand this whole roundabout business. I can't imagine people are gonna be.
They're very popular in Europe. Yeah. France is a great one.
Welcome to El Rohnert Park, right? La Rohnert Park. La Rohnert Park. So at any rate, I'm anxious to hear what my colleagues have to say about this. Thank you.
Councilmember Elwood?
I think the staff recommendation make more sense if we have already some money and grant. I think I would go with that recommendation just because if the number 5, we still have to figure it out the funding, why not to start with where the funding is and we have a higher chance of getting the project done than waiting. So I'm gonna go with the staff recommendation.
Okay. Councilmember Rodriguez?
One question that I thought of for the bicycle and pedestrian overcrossing that sometimes we don't think, I want to think long-term. Those I think are great and also sometimes pose a different type of public safety risk because it is harder to kind of get to if assaults were to happen there. So do we know assaults can happen? Yeah, so, right, because our public safety can't drive up, they can't drive up it, so they'd have to kind of get up there or I would just like us to consider what that would look like moving forward because I think it also mitigates a lot of safety concerns, right, from traffic because they have a safe space and also, unfortunately, there's some people don't like following rules. So that would be one thing that I would kind of like us to just keep in mind of, you know, should it be granted, what that could look like moving forward for overall safety or if, especially if there's youth using it to get to and from home, school, friend's house, whatever it may be. Should these be granted and there's matching funds, could that potentially open up funds to then use that to match for project number 5 for the oldest district in the city? Do we know if that is a potential? Anybody? Nope.
So so council member, you're thinking that if we found out that we have got the funding to complete the design for Copeland Creek, so it's 1.2 million, maybe there's something, and I'm just using this as a small example, maybe if there was infrastructure money in the Copeland Creek, the bike ped overcrossing, could that money have been freed up to put into Southwest?
Yes.
Theoretically, yeah.
Anything's
I mean,
possible,
if it's
right?
if the color of money is already appropriated in any of these as, you know, as was a match, then we could push it into a different project. If that project is in the CIP, well, all we have to do is come back to you and say, hey, we're doing a mid-year CIP. Do you want to do this? So that is possible. And I have to say, I don't remember all the colors of money that are in each one of these right off the bat, especially particularly for infrastructure fund, because most of these are transportation, so a lot of them will be transportation restricted funds, but I have a feeling there might be a little tiny bit.
Okay, and
Yeah.
then, go ahead.
I just wanted to add on to that. So, yeah, and I think that will resonate very well up at SCTA. And the vision, of course, was, you know, the Crane Creek Trail coming down into Rohnert Park and then going all the way across Southwest and providing that connectivity for District 1 to connect with District 5. And you just saw the gentleman from the bike share program tell you about how that kind of active transportation plan is so important down there in District 1. So absolutely anything to improve the path and the bicycle path, which that sound wall would do farther down, would absolutely tie in my mind. I'm sorry, please.
Okay. Well, and I think we're partially there, seeing the project going on right now between the roundabout and Adrian. Looks beautiful. I think it's helped out a lot of visibility for folks, especially near No Name, because they can see and stop. There's been too many close calls and some pretty intense accidents that have happened there. So I think it looks great, and it'd be great to expand that. For the Redwood Drive, I'm personally a fan of the roundabout. I actually hear a lot more people be excited about the roundabout on Commerce and Southwest than not. I mean, we're not going to make everybody happy all the time, but I think it also might allow an easier flow. The other day, I actually sat between the SMART train rail and that stoplight for like 30 minutes because so many people were trying to turn left. And I actually thought like a roundabout would be nice because it just kind of allows a little bit of the flow because it just gets so congested with the on-ramp with, you know, a lot of shopping is in that area. We've got Walmart, we've got Home Depot, we've got all the drive-through lunch spots. So when people are on their lunch, it just gets, it seems to me like the roundabout would allow for a continual flow and not stop people who sometimes think the SMART train might not clip the back of their car. I'm always shocked or how close people get to each other that I'm like, if someone wasn't looking, this is a 10-car pileup and then everything stops there, right? So that would be my kind of vote on number 2. But I think other than that, this looks great. And are all, I kind of feel like no matter what, it's a definitely a very positive impact for the community in our city. So yeah, I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
I love the projects that you brought forward and support them all. I would love to see a roundabout if I had my choice between 2A and 2B, just because they are safer and they help traffic flow. And I think that will positively benefit all other intersections, you know, leading up to that one too. So I think that while the learning curve is steep for some drivers in the United States, I think that all in all, that's a better option for our community.
Yeah, thank you. If I was to rank them, I mean, the beauty about what you've done here is you've really tied it into not only the council's goals, but, you know, for instance, on number 2A, I like the roundabout. Reading the audience up at SCTA, they like roundabouts. That project will resonate very well. And it also helps us in one very key area, right? We have to figure out how we're going to get across the finish line with these $40 million worth of projects to support the casino. And this could be a huge lift for us. My number 2 project is the continuing goal. It's a long-term goal, which is the bike ped overcrossing. This will also resonate very well. And my number 3 project, the priority development area, you know, we're getting closer and closer to that downtown, and I think that project is really going to help us in that central PDA. But all the projects are great, and as Councilmember Rodriguez said, if we can find a way to free up some money moving forward to help with that Southwest Boulevard infrastructure, I think that is definitely the way to go. So, so that would be kind of my advice as, you know, the guy who represents you guys at SCTA.
I do have a quick comment. Is there a way to fund the fence on Southwest from Adrian to the railroad tracks?
It's a sound wall.
I mean, the sound wall without doing all the other road work, or is it a package deal?
It probably wouldn't be competitive.
It's a package deal, okay.
According to the rubric, yeah, it probably wouldn't be competitive.
Okay, and I agree with the mayor's list there, and I just want to say that he's right. When you submit a package the way that we've submitted these packages, it's easy for everybody to understand. There's no trying to figure out what's going on here, and it has a higher chance, I think, of getting support, so thank you for that.
Okay, do we have to take a vote, or do you have sufficient, okay, so would someone make a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to accept the staff recommendation for the projects.
Okay,
I'll second that.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in, oh, go ahead.
Just okay with the way they are, that's fine.
Okay, we'll do a vote of affirmation. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None, and no abstentions. That carries 5-0 with no opposition. Thank you very much. Truly, thank you very much.
Absolutely.
We'll move on to item 9C, discussion and direction. To me, regarding advancing regional collaboration, key priorities, next steps, discussion at Mayors and Council Members Association meeting on June the 12th. You've all seen the staff report, and basically what I'd like to do is you have the 3 goals or the 3 topics of discussion. Is there any additional narrative that you would like to provide that I will take with me on Thursday night? You see the topics: mental health and homelessness services, emergency preparedness, and shared facilities and resources. And then you see the narratives that were given by all the cities. Is there additional narrative that you would like to provide? And if the clerk could keep track of that and then send me a note so that I can represent you on Thursday. So,
Do you have anything?
would you like to start? Do you have anything to add to these?
I'm happy with the list you've presented with us.
Okay. Councilmember, okay. Councilmember?
I'm happy with it. I would just like to continue focusing on the youth lens, especially when we talk about homelessness and partnering with, I mean, we had a great presentation from SCO superintendent, and they have a program for that. So I think that really affects us in catching them upstream versus trying to save them when they're drowning. So I would really like to emphasize that.
Okay. Vice Mayor, do you have anything else you'd like to?
No addition.
Okay, so we'll make that addition to mental health and homeless services, and thank you for that. And does this require a vote? No. Okay, I think we have consensus. Now we'll move on to report outs. Councilmember Elward, Homeless Coalition Board.
All right. Let me find my papers here. So we met on May 28th. The board received a presentation on the county's new bridge housing program. This temporary housing program is designed to serve homelessness individuals with severe mental illness who are open to getting help. And also, it is a county-wide resource and can serve people experiencing homelessness in Rohnert Park as well. And bridge housing is funded by state dollars and is part of the state effort to serve people with behavioral health issues who are also homeless. Then the board approved an updated assessment tool to prioritize homelessness individual for housing service. For example, the old tool disadvantaged people in the bike park communities. It's also cumbersome and invasive. The new tool addresses all these issues. Hopefully that will work. The board discussed the County Eliza's Village Shelter. This is some confusion. There was some confusion about who the shelter serves and if it is open to people experiencing homelessness in cities or just the county incorporated areas. So this conversation will continue at further meetings. That will be it for the Homeless Coalition. For Sonoma Clean Power, the first thing that I have to ask you, you guys.
Okay.
We're here.
So this is the homework that they give us, okay, all of us. So I need to confer with the city council that we are okay to move with the decision. So the decision is to determine that expansion to incorporated Lake County, the city of Clear Lake and the city of Lakeport is consistent with policy D4 and begin consideration of proposed expansion with an intent to offer services after 60 days waiting period. So we are extending
The GPA? I mean, the JPA?
Yes, for Sonoma Clean Power. So we are going to Clear Lake and Lake County. And so they wanted us to make sure, well, I wanted to make sure that the city council was okay before me voting next time.
Any objection with that, City Council? No, not for me, no.
Okay, good. So the Board of Directors receive, as usual, our legislative and regulatory updates. And then we decided whether to reschedule the board meeting from the 3rd to the 10th, July 10th. So we're going to do that. And also, we received the geothermal opportunity zone update and approved the delegation of authority to the CEO or his designee to execute amendment number 1 to the geothermal opportunity zone cooperation agreement with Ivor INC. And also, we approved the revised environmental performance targets for the Sonoma Clean Power portfolio to improve rates competitiveness throughout the region. So that is, the portfolio actually is to approve and revise the environmental performance targets of mitigating 85% of Sonoma Clean Power hourly marginalized emission by 2026, and utilize expected cost saving to improve rates for our customers. And this really will be targeting supersede the environmental targets approved by the board in October 2022. In approving that 2022 integrated resource plan. So, and also on top of that, we had a meeting with, so Sonoma Clean Power has been trying to work with all the minority groups, and after this meeting, we had a meeting with tribal representative. So we had someone representing the tribes because Sonoma Clean Power wants to start working with the tribes in the region. And that will be it for me.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's go to the WAC.
The WAC meeting, that was not actually a WAC meeting, that was a TAC meeting. So we had our TAC representative attend, and I do not attend those.
Okay. Sonoma County Transportation and Regional Climate Protection Authorities. The bulk of it was approving the funding 2 cycle and call for projects that we previously discussed a little while ago. So that, nothing else pressing. Let's go to Chamber of Commerce noontime, 6-4. Who would like to report out on that?
I went to the Noon Times on the 4th of June. It was a very nice meeting, and Agewell Pace gave a presentation, just reminded people who want to age in their home, if they're on Medicare and Medi-Cal, that they can contact Agewell Pace and get some services that are, they're about 100 people away from their limit, so they have plenty of space for people. And it includes all-day care activities for seniors. So there's a lot of services there in that beautiful space.
Okay, and we have Puente Ganas. Who would like to report out on Puente Ganas? I was not there. No.
I mean, it was amazing, inspiring. 3 individuals were awarded, or groups were awarded. For me, the most impactful part was seeing the marimba group playing. They have a program out of Petaluma that allows kids to participate at no charge, and they made the most beautiful music. Yeah, it was a really great, well-attended event, and Lucien does great work.
Okay.
I'll just add to that too.
Sure.
It was great to have Lucien shouted out Marcella, not only as being our first female city manager here in Rohnert Park, but happens to also be the first Latina in the county to do so. So it was great to see those recognitions happening.
Great. North Bay Biz Magazine Awards event, who would like to report out on that? I can report out if you'd like. I guess there's a little friendly competition now going on between Santa Rosa and Rohnert Park. They are claiming to be the business-friendly city, and actually they did win the title this year. We did take the gold, so we took a little vanity shot with them, and we'll try to get back at them next year. It was very well attended and a beautiful evening, and we had some fun, so that was great.
They got the gold, but they got that award, but we got the magazine.
Correct. Okay, good. And I think we reminded them of that. And then finally, the NAACP luncheon on 5:30. Did anyone attend that? No?
It was their launch event. I know that I was not. I was actually at the Bay Area Latino elected officials event happening that same day, but they were just launching their new space. So if you haven't checked it out, I highly recommend, since they are big partners and big supporters of our community.
Okay, thank you very much. Communications. Any communications?
The only communication I have, and it was a reminder that I forgot to mention earlier about the senior swimming, is the H pool is the one that has the flags and the lines to keep them going straight. So if there's any chance to have them at that swimming pool rather than go over to the B pool where there's no lines for them, I don't know if that's a possibility. They just communicated that to me, and I forgot to mention it earlier, so I apologize.
Okay. Other communications?
Yeah, I want to congratulate Rancho Cotati High School's baseball team for winning their state championship. They did an incredible job, and then we've got some Cal Ripken Little League who have also won a lot of games. It was a busy weekend, and a huge shout out to all the parent volunteers for Project Grad for putting on another incredible event. It's been about 38 years, and I'd like to thank, there was a little pizza mix-up, and Councilmember Adams stepped in, and then we kind of found out more, and thankfully Sonu Chandi and the Chandi Hospitality Group donated a bunch of pizzas that made newly graduated seniors very, very excited to see you roll in the wagon, but got to talk to some parent volunteers as well that have been participating, and they just, it's a great event. If you haven't been able to see it, support it. I highly recommend. And every student that attended got a door prize, let alone raffle prizes, game prizes. Councilmember Adams was an officiant, quote unquote. I don't know how many attended that one, but they have they have a whole lot of different things for the seniors to do to keep them safe. So it was great to see that and see the community support on that. So, and then we just have our Juneteenth flag raising on Friday, and we also have our Juneteenth event next week. I don't know if there's any spaces available. Check with community services if you'd like to attend that luncheon.
Thank you. Any other communication? Okay, adding items to future city council meeting. Anyone?
I'd like to review our policy around the flock ALPR, our license reading thing. Some things came up, not here, but elsewhere that drew kind of concerns for me. If that could come up at a future date.
What is that?
Your license readers?
I'll second that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, public comment. Would anyone else like to make an additional public comment? Yes, ma'am, please, welcome, Brooke. You've been so patient.
Oh, that's me, my middle name. I wanted to, well, first off, I wanted to say good evening or maybe good night because I've been to many council meetings, but I've never been here till the bitter end. So thank you for all you do. I had no idea they go on this long.
Neither did we.
My name is Brooke, and I live in G section. I've been a resident for 40 years, and I'm a 4-year board member of the Rohnert Park Pickleball Club. And first off, I'd like to thank Councilman Adams and Elward for coming out last weekend and supporting our tournament that we hosted for the Council on Aging and opening our ceremonies. It's much appreciated. And I just want to briefly speak about both M-section tennis courts and the Sunrise pickleball courts. I went over the Rohnert Park Foundation budget recap, and it looks to me as a layperson that there is some money available in the foundation for the upgrades that were promised for these two courts 2 years ago. And it also appears that spending these funds will not affect any other funds or the budget. It was brought up at the last council meeting about public trust, and this would be the perfect opportunity to show that and to use that money to resurface the M-section tennis courts and reconstruct the Sunrise pickleball courts. This foundation money is supposed to be spent on community improvement projects, and the money seems to be available, and we want to believe that these projects can still happen. And I want to thank you for hearing us just one more time on this subject, and thank you on behalf of the tennis and the pickleball clubs of Rohnert Park.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, anyone else like to make public comment? Okay, this meeting is adjourned, and we'll...
Mayor,
what?
you'll have to,
What?
declare a recess to call the foundation meeting. Yeah.
Right, that's what...
To the Rohnert Park Foundation.
That's what I was going to do.
And then you will return.
Oh, I have to say that.
Yeah. Because we have an item that's full.
Pulled from the consent calendar. Got it. Okay, so we're going to adjourn this meeting immediately into the foundation budget, and then we will be returning to talk about 8H. Okay, so we will call the meeting of the Rohnert Park Foundation Board to order. Can we have a roll call, please?
Yes. Director Adams,
Present.
Director Elwer,
Here.
Director Rodriguez,
Here.
Vice Chair Sanborn,
Here.
Chair Judice.
Here.
Thank you.
Okay, we don't have any presentations, executive director or treasurer briefings, none. Public comment, would anyone like to make a public comment? Okay, would you like to, are you going to make an additional one, or? Okay. Consent calendar, can I have a motion to approve this consent calendar?
I'll second.
Oh, thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, it passes 5-0. And action items. Consider adopting a resolution approving and adopting the operating budget for the City of Rohnert Park Foundation for fiscal year 2025-2026. Can we have the staff report, please?
Yes, good evening once again, members of the Rohnert Park Foundation Board. On April 16th, the Foundation Board held a study session on the City of Rohnert Park's Foundation fiscal year 25-26 proposed budget. Based on the results of the study session and other changes being recommended by staff, we are here today to present the proposed budget and recommend adoption. So staff is proposing $63,770 in post-study session changes for the City of Rohnert Park Foundation. The Junior Giants is a free baseball and softball program offered by the Giants Community Fund, the nonprofit arm of the San Francisco Giants. The fund provides all program materials, manages registration, and has historically supplied a paid ambassador to support local operations. The city's role is to recruit volunteer coaches and assist with the on-ground logistics. This year, due to federal funding cuts to AmeriCorps, the source of the Junior Giants ambassador, the program is no longer able to provide a funded ambassador at full capacity. They were able to provide a part-time ambassador. However, with 240 children currently registered, staff support is still essential to ensure the program runs smoothly. Funding from the Rohnert Park Foundation will help offset the staffing costs the city incurs to manage and support the program locally. So we are recommending a $10,000 donation for the Junior Giants program. Public Works is requesting funding for 2 seasonal maintenance workers to support beautification efforts in the amount of $53,770. So fiscal year 25-26 revenues are $1.5 million and are expected from three sources. $80,000 in interest income, $46,500 in revenue from Spreckles Performing Arts Center or the PAC concession sales, and $1.4 million of community benefit investment contributions from the Federated Indians of Great Rancheria. These funds are received quarterly, and the first quarterly installment contribution for fiscal year 25-26 is expected to be received by the end of October. So here we have a slide that shows you the Rohnert Park Foundation services and supplies, contracts, and the expected cost is about $925,000. But I'm going to give you this next slide because here we have outlined a summary of the expenditures. So we're asking for $10,000 for the reinstated Public Safety Explorers. The program would subsidize program costs and uniform purchases. We're asking for $280,000 for Community Services and Performing Arts Center for the PAC. This includes general support, concession, sales, donations to the PAC, the fee waiver program, and a subsidy program for underserved youth. Then for Public Works, we're asking for items that include the sustainability of creeks, city beautification, and the municipal fleet electrification program. Then in general costs, we have $21,300 budgeted to cover concession purchases, attorney fees, audit fees, and permit costs for the next fiscal year. So as a recap, we have total sources of about $1.5 million, total expenditures of about $925,000, and net change of $671,000. After all of this, we are expecting an ending projected fund balance of about $2.4 million. And so just to walk you through the fund balance a little bit, the foundation has approximately $2.1 million in encumbered obligations that don't show up on these slides, and they are from the prior years. So this includes approved capital projects, which has reduced the ending fund balance for fiscal year 24-25 to approximately $1.8 million. Adding the $671,000, that's the net increase in fund balance, brings the projected fund balance for fiscal year 25-26 to $2.5 million. And that concludes my report.
Okay, before we have our discussion, anyone from the public would like to speak on this?
I have a,
Oh.
sorry. Oh, Pablo.
Okay, seeing none, we'll start with the discussion. Please go ahead, Jackie or Susan.
Thank you. Before we have our discussion, I would just like, in a spirit of full disclosure here, I did call Director House today to say, we have $2.4 million unencumbered. Tell me why we'd leave that money there and we wouldn't spend it.
So the money is there for the council to decide how it would like to spend the money. So one of the things that we want to do is to make sure that we don't use up all of our funds. So we appreciate the donation from Great Rancheria, but as the city manager has explained previously, we did have the chicken ranch decision, and that affects the way we may want to look at the casino funds. Even though there's nothing been discussed about whether or not the casino funds would continue or not, it's still important for us to be cognizant of that decision. So the foundation funds, we alternate years. So this year in 24-25, we are doing the small grants program, which benefits the local organizations. And then next fiscal year, we will be doing initiatives that benefit the city, and through the city benefits the citizens. So that is always a consideration. Is that?
Yep, nope, thank you very much.
Answer your question?
That answers my questions. So, you know, when we did our budget meeting in April, we got to the end of, we got to the end of the meeting and said, hey, we're just going to cut the pickleball funds. And I've been giving it a lot of thought. I'm not one to spend savings down to zero. But I will say in this case, the amount of money that's going to come into the foundation fund is $1.3 million a year. And there's $2.4 million there right now, right? So that's almost 2 years of funds. If you add in that 925 to that 2.4 million, that's, or 2.5 million, that's only almost $3.5 million that is in that fund right now, because we're about to approve the spending of that $1 million, that 925, okay? So, you know, at first I thought, wow, it's that $2.4 million minus the 925, and it's not. It's $3.5 million minus the 925, leaving the $2.4 million. We, 2 years ago, we sat right here and promised the tennis people and the pickleball people that we would rehab those courts. There was a comment made in one of the documents that I saw that they're good enough for recreational play. These courts are not just being used for recreation, they're being used for tournaments, including pickleball tournaments by the Pickleball Association and by the U.S. Tennis Association. So I would like us to first consider the lowest bid for the pickleball courts was $2.1 million, 2.11, I think, 111. That would be my first request, and have a discussion about that. And then I have a couple of other options if the council just does not have the desire to do that. But I don't see, I'm not hearing any rattling going on that all of a sudden the tribe's going to say, no more money for you. If somebody else is hearing that, let's have that discussion. But what I want to do is have a discussion about it. I'm not, I don't, you know, I don't think there's not going to be any pushback, but I'd like to have a conversation. So that's my suggestion. That's my first suggestion. And then I have a couple of others if that's not going to work.
Councilmember, please.
Yeah, I would just, I want to go back to, sorry, I'm getting tired. 105, where the show, we talk about Sprockle in the other, I just want a clarification, so, is it 105? No, a little bit. Let's just, no, a little bit more. One more, two more, I think. Two more, one more. Okay. So for, well, that's not it. I can't remember where we were, but it's for the Sparkle, the Sparkle pack. So I just wanted a clarification because earlier during the council meeting, we were talking about Sparkle and how they have funds. So what is the difference between those funds and the one that we have? Not this slide, but I think it's the other one where you have the list of all of them. This one, yeah. So I just wanted to have a little bit of clarification on the community services that they need about $280,000 there. It's just a clarification. So what is the difference with the money that we just talked during the council meeting and this one?
So the Spreckles donation fund is related to the endowment fund. So we were given $500,000 of endowment funds, and the whole point of having the endowment was to earn interest off the corpus, the $500,000. And the interest earnings from that were to be made available to help pay for Performing Arts Center support. So Even though we do receive money from that, we don't get a lot of money. Interest on $500,000 isn't enough to support major ongoing items. And so what we have done with that money, mostly in the past, is we bought new things. So we've bought curtains, we've bought soundboards, we've bought, I think we're getting a Marley floor in the current year's budget. So these things help support, but they aren't major amounts of money. So the foundation, as you know, does receive more money and has funds available. So with this being the year where the city can have city initiatives, use of that funds, these are some of the things that we wanted to use those monies for. So the foundation money is donated by the tribe for us to use to improve our community.
So what is the balance as we speak right now on that?
In the Spreckles Fund?
No, in the foundation.
So at the end of this fiscal year, after the 25-26 proposed budget, if we spend as we have requested, there'll be $2.4 million remaining in the fund. Let's see, we have the other information here. So at the end of this fiscal year, if things turn out as planned, we will have a remaining fund balance of about $1.8 million. And with the $671,000 that we believe we will have available at the end of 25-26, that brings the ending fund balance to the $2.4 million. So we currently have a projected $1.8 million fund balance for 24-25.
Can I make a comment? So right now there's, according to my calculations, there's $3.4 million in the foundation. The spend request tonight is $925,000. That brings it down to 2.4. But am I correct in saying there's $3.4 million before we spend that $925,000?
So if we were only budgeting for the revenue, then that would be correct.
Thank you.
I will come back.
Okay. Council member?
I'm thinking ahead. So, because I see public works, I see park maintenance, and we flip between the grants and then kind of some city initiatives,
City programs, right? and the small grants program, yes.
So in theory, if we continue discussion on pickleball, or there's a decision made that we can use funds for pickleball and tennis, in theory, in the future, we could potentially use this for Southwest. Is that correct?
Southwest?
Yes.
Thank you.
As a CIP project?
Yes.
We have
city
used
initiative?
the foundation funds for capital projects in the past, and so as long as it fit within the bylaws of the foundation, then yes, those funds would be available.
Okay. I'm open to a discussion of that to see how this looks. I also am right now feeling reserved, just given the way of the world, right? But also hearing the numbers that we just said, is it roughly, how much did we grant in the grants this year? Was it roughly 300,000?
It was, I think it was like around $180,000 if I'm kind of guessing off the top of my head.
It was approximately 190,000.
100, so 200,000. Okay, because I'm, again, thinking kind of conservatively, if something were to happen where we don't get those monies back and we decide we'll do the pickleball tennis courts and then do another round of grants, we essentially do have money to at least get us through that while we might have to consider figuring something else out. I have not heard rumblings from the tribe and their commitment to supporting the community and giving back. But also, there's a lot of things happening in this world that nobody anticipated, right? So I can't speak for them to guarantee anything. But I also want to, so that's why I want to be mindful that life happens, the world happens, and anything can change. If we were to spend down, how long could we go without any other revenues is one thing I'd like to consider in that discussion. Other than that, I think that's all my questions and comments for right now.
Okay, Vice Mayor?
I haven't really figured out what my questions or comments would be. I think I would want to hear a little bit more from Councilmember Adams about other ideas that you had, like what kind of parachute do you have in that backpack? What else is there?
Okay. So I have a couple of questions. And I don't want to put you on the spot, but have you done a SWOT analysis? And what would you consider our biggest threat?
Well, right now, as we pointed out with the general.
As a city?
Right now, it's the lack of funding and that we have an unfortunate shock with our revenue sources. And keep in mind that we have over 100 capital projects, and by the time we put them out to bid, all forecasts are that supplies, labor is going up. So that's a significant variable that we're concerned about, is just the cost of us doing business.
Okay. And I don't know who this question would be for. So once we take money out of the foundation, can we replace it with general fund money, or that can't happen? Or money from anywhere else?
If we had the means through the general fund, absolutely. Or if there's donations, or if there's donations from other groups, absolutely. You can fund the foundation just like any other nonprofit. Yes, you can replenish the foundation.
And have you had experience with foundations in the past? Have you run foundations in the past?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and in your experience, is there like a percentage of money that should remain? I don't like holding on to money. I think it goes for the benefit of the community. But is there kind of a formula there of how much we should leave behind?
So as it pertains to the foundation, I mean, if you look at historically what the city of Rohnert Park has done, there's been a variety of projects that have been done. Combination of capital projects, obviously the small grants program. This is why every year, we do the budget workshop. There's not specific priorities like we set for the general fund that we do, but we can definitely bring that back. So in this particular case, right now, we don't have a specific strategic plan for the foundation other than the bylaws that direct what is eligible and can be considered. As you may recall, even with the small grants program, there's certain nonprofits that we cannot fund. And so there's certain, obviously, restrictions or certain criteria that we need to be looking at as it relates to the foundation funds.
I get it. Okay. And yes, my heart goes out to all of the different things that we can't fund, and some things are coming up in my mind right now, like the cuts to homeless services that we've done, or many of the cuts that we've done all around. And of course, Councilmember Rodriguez was talking about the sound wall as well, and that's been a project that speaks to my heart that I've been trying to work on for many years. So I'm willing to have the discussion too. I just don't know how we do this with all of these various mouths to feed, how we prioritize that, because we've made promises in a lot of different areas. And the issue that we have now is that we have changed conditions, drastically changed conditions. So, I'm willing to have the conversation. Do I think $2.5 million or 2.4 is that a little bit of an excessive balance? Yeah. Do I feel like I wanted to take that below $1 million or $1.5 million? I don't know about that. So I don't know how that, that discussion, begins. So those are kind of my thoughts on this.
So I appreciate Councilwoman or Vice Mayor Sanborn's question about my parachute here. First of all, I just want to say that, the item on the City Council agenda earlier, the one that I pulled, is to cancel the contracts, right? So the contracts are still out there. We asked for them. We have them in hand, right? if, as the city manager has said before, if the bids had come in lower the first go-around, these courts would be done, both of them, both sports, okay? That's number one. Number two, I have to agree with you. I wouldn't take this down below $1 million, first of all. But I want you to remember, we're starting out with a balance of $3.4 million, and the staff has come in and said, here's $925,000 of spending. This from 2 months ago, we don't have any money. Well, now we're going to spend $925,000 right off the top of this $3.4 million that takes us down to the $2.4 million. But here's my other suggestion. The pickleball people have come up with some various suggestions well under $500,000 to bring their courts up to a standard that would be, playable for them, for tournament, for safety reasons. And I believe, and I don't know how much it costs to go out for bid and go back and forth with all these things, but I believe the tennis portion of the $2.1 million contract is around $400,000. Someone would have to look at that. So if you take the pickleball people, let's say we budgeted, $300,000 or $400,000 for them, $400,000 for tennis. You're under $1 million. You're $800,000. That leaves you what? You got your $3.4 million. Take away 925. Take away 800. What does that bring us down to? Somebody with faster math skills than me. That would be my second suggestion.
And then forego the other priorities.
What other priorities?
Well, you just heard Councilmember Rodriguez talking about sound wall and homelessness and other things.
Let me be clear on my statement that I made. It was asking for futures.
Okay.
So if we were to find a solution for pickleball, does that mean for future reference, when we do city initiatives, something like Southwest could be on the table?
Okay.
The other thing too is about the Southwest is, again, I'm all for fixing those fences. I mean the sound wall. I know I keep calling it a fence, but it is kind of a fence, right? Right. But if you take the $3.4 million, well, let's just go down to the 2.4 because we've already got minus 800,000. If you take 800,000 down from the 2.4, that leaves you $1.7 million in that fund. And remember, next year you're going to get another 1.3. That takes you right back up to $3 million.
I don't know who would answer this question, but 2.1 to 800,000 is vastly different. So how are those calculations so different? Is one only like this is how much it costs to pave and doesn't include salaries?
No, what happened was the 400,000 is what the tennis court part was. And part of the problem here is when you start changing how the bids went out, and Vanessa can speak to this, it's that $400,000 was based on the entire project, right? So there needs to be some wiggle room there. But the pickleball people went out and found some people who did pickleball courts and said for well under $400,000, they can bring those courts up to, it wouldn't be the same thing that we had initially said we were going to do. The last suggestion I have is to take $1 million and just set it aside, right? Take $1 million and set it aside for pickleball and tennis. They have to wait another year. Let's see where we get the next $1 million from. And we hold it on in abeyance until we have the full amount of money.
I don't think them waiting for another year will help because you don't know what tomorrow's going to bring. What if we have another emergency?
I'm not opposed to setting funds aside, but I think that we need to allow the public an opportunity to have a full discussion about this, and we should do that at a different time because there's a lot of different competing interests. So I don't know.
But I'm getting confused when you keep saying competing interests because what I'm hearing is that we're not negating anything that's been brought forward to us.
Right.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
That you're just you're not saying don't do these and not approve
I'm
these.
not saying that.
You're saying in addition to these things here. Southwest has been negated for 40 years.
Right. No, I get that. But look at the
And
cuts.
it's a $10 million project.
Yeah, it's a much higher project.
It's an $8 to
So
$10 million
It's important, it's important to me, but if this is something, I'm gonna be a little, I guess, vulnerable here. Right now, the way things are, I think it's also important to recognize joy is resistance, and I think sometimes our community needs that. And we can see how many of them are impacted and are brought joy and health and have a moment to access a lot of these things, not just pickleball, but going to performing arts, going swimming, enjoying the beautiful parks that we have here. And so how can we be responsible and do that? There is already enough being oppressed now. Can we at least consider? I mean, I think if it's something that they were promised this 2 years ago. 2 years ago, they were promised this. And we all took our eye off the ball and it didn't happen. So I think it's worth considering and being very clear that it's not negating what is being recommended here. It's saying we have these recommendations and Councilmember Adams would like an addition to.
So, Mayor, if I may, so we as staff have been meeting with both, I shared earlier that we have been in fact, we met, when I say we, our Director of Public Works and also our Operations Supervisor from Public Works met with Rich, who is the representative from the tennis pickleball club. We've also had meetings with Miriam Pengel and her sister to talk about options. So the city, we as staff have been open to those options. In fact, they understand the fiscal situation that we're in, and they are, as Councilmember Adams pointed out, they've been looking at other ways, the same way that our tennis club is. And yes, maybe their assessments of what this would cost is much less. What we have tried to explain to them is, you as a private person, your cost is going to be much lower than ours because we have to pay prevailing wages. And no matter what, there has to be a payment for prevailing wages. Now, they have offered, in those instances, those two groups have offered to work with our city to come up with solutions that perhaps are not in the tune of $2 million. And we have been open to that. And the same way that, several council meetings ago, you approved an improvement agreement with one of our local leagues. There is no difference. The great news is that these two organizations are a nonprofit, so we can work with them. What I would suggest is, because obviously you heard about the importance of swimming at certain times, right? So in the general fund, obviously the impact to Magnolia is about, give or take $26 million, 30,000, right?
26 million?
I mean, 26,000,
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry.
26,000.
Now it's millions, thousands, so yeah, so what I would recommend, right, is that we consider, because we know it's a need, and we totally understand that, and the less impact we want to have with, these various groups, we don't want to have that impact. What I would suggest is that we consider, allowing community services. Obviously, you see there that we're already recommending $280,000 for them to operate, their services. I would suggest that you give us the flexibility too, to be able to look at, can we adjust, the operating hours, or, consider operating at Magnolia, add a certain amount. Obviously, I would have to work with staff to see what that would mean, but also allowing us to continue working with these two groups and bring a recommendation. If we want to tap into this funding as fund balance, yes, but give us that opportunity to work with them. And rather than saying $1 million or $2 million, we need to work with them, because they have committed to also joining us and meeting us, whether it's halfway or whether it's at the 20%. I believe that it is a great compromise. We have been sharing with them. We cannot do this alone. And right now, with the fiscal situation that we have, there's just no way that we can do these things.
I can speak for pickleball, who left the meeting with the feeling that, thank you for coming, we have no money for you. So that's why I'm asking for an amount.
And Councilmember Adams, and that is correct, because the initial money, I mean, the money is there. But right now, and I think one of you said it, our circumstances, fiscal circumstances have changed. And so when you have that situation is you need to look at what is the core delivery of the city. I'm not saying that these programs and these facilities are not important. I mean, the reason why we're going back at it is because we have not addressed deferred maintenance. This building is a perfect example. I mean, it's been leaking and we haven't been addressing that. So I understand the importance. What I'm saying is rather than nickel and diming right now or saying set aside a certain amount, we'll continue working with this nonprofits to figure out how can they support us, and then we can bring a recommendation. The budget is always very fluid. So, you know, I understand the commitment, but what we are committing as staff is we continue working with them. And if they can meet us halfway, it's the same thing we're doing with the snack bar in A Park. The league basically bought the scoreboard, and we are, you know, going out to bid for that improvement, and we're including that improvement as part of our bid. So it's no different, and we've tried to express that. Yes, you know, obviously, if Miriam walked out of here thinking there's no money, well, the recommendation is that we couldn't do it because there's other priorities. But that doesn't mean, and we were very clear with them, that we will continue working with them. So I don't understand why that was the perception, is that we are not considering this project at all, because we were clear that we will, just like we were yesterday with the representative from the tennis club, is that we will continue working with you.
I would ask my fellow council members to recommend a not-to-exceed amount to give to the city manager to work with them to put money on the table. This is not a scoreboard or a snack shack. These involve cement, and those things are very expensive. I mean, to come down from the $2.1 million that we thought we were going to spend down well under $1 million, under $800,000, to me, that's just not unreasonable. And the reason we were given in April was we had to cancel this because there's no money. There's $3.4 million there. So that kind of, you know, that's what I'm saying. I think we need to give an amount certain for the city manager to work with.
I think it's a. I understand where Marcella is coming from. I understand where our pickleball group are coming from. And I think for the sake of trust on their part, I think, Marcella, what you just said make more sense, where we need to come together and we need to put on the table what we can afford that they can reach us in the middle, so that they can have those courts taken care of. And, you know, I was there on Sunday, and I mean, it's really bad. I mean, not because, you know, they just want things. These are elder people, and the courts are really bad. And if for me, someone that is young had a hard time, like really even standing on that court, for someone that is in their 60s or, you know, early 70s, that would be a problem. So how can we fix it without also, because what I'm worried too, if we take all this funding, then if there is a problem, we're going to have an issue. So how can we do it in a way that we can also keep their trust while you and them coming together and figure this thing out and make it happen?
I'd like to come. I think we recommend an amount certain to the city manager, not to go over that amount.
So can we at least give Marcella the time to come up with something or a number that you would think that they will come together on the table to work with you?
The issue is here because, and I understand Councilmember Adams, they're giving you numbers. The issue is these are numbers based on non-prevailing wages. And it's our facilities. It would be our contract, so we would be paying prevailing wages. And my concern with a maximum or minimum is that people hold us to that. And that's why you will not get a number from me right now, because we have to talk to those groups and figure out they could come up with more money and we come up with less. So what staff needs is being able to meet with them and figure that out. I mean, we have been meeting with them. So even if you recommend $1 million, I mean, we could only maybe be able to do one set of courts. And the question is, okay, what do you pick, Sunrise or Magnolia? So I think it's important that staff be allowed to have that flexibility and work with, with the groups, because we might be able to do just one project. Or, if we can, we would do the two projects, ideally.
That's what I'm saying, to allow you, since you will have prevailing wage and all of that, to allow you to work on that number, but also to not let them hang also. Does that make sense? We will give you the time to go and get the numbers and why not, and work with them while also working with them. I don't know if that makes sense. If the set number right now, it doesn't make sense, it's like putting you on the spot, that's not what we want to do. We want to also to allow you to go and figure it out the numbers while keeping, them on the loop as well, so that we can keep that trust.
Absolutely, and we have been meeting with them. We were just meeting with one of the groups yesterday on the courts. And this is what we as staff have told those two groups. You don't need to convince us about the condition of the courts. We have already recognized that work needs to be done on those courts. Otherwise, we wouldn't even be talking about it. Okay. We understand that. It is not, it seems to me that the appearance is that staff does not recognize the need. You as a council recognize it. We absolutely do. Why do we think we keep on bringing up this project? Mm-hmm. Because we know the importance of it. The issue is that our fiscal reality with the city right now is being impacted. And so now priorities have shifted. And this is a very good example of us working with our private sector to be able to do these projects, just like we're doing with other parks, that we have other groups. Just because we're moving forward with that snack bar that burned down, because you saw a room full of people here that also wanted that project. But they came in and they said, hey, you know what? We can do the scoreboard. Just add it to your project. Perfect. That's the kind of relationships and partnerships you want with your community, because our dollar is only going a certain length there. So it is important to have those partnerships. So we have been working with the groups.
If I might add, the baseball people had insurance funds to pay for that scoreboard, to do the scoreboard and the snack bar. The tennis clubs and the pickleball people don't have that kind of money to match the city half. And so I guess I'd like somehow to be able to give the city manager direction that says, we'd like you to go from we don't have any money to help you to working through bringing those courts up to a better playing standard, right? If we're not going to put an amount certain on there, we've got to come up from zero, because that's where we are right now. Thank you for coming. We don't have any money. We do have the funds here for that. These funds cannot be spent on salaries. Otherwise, I'd be saying, hey, I'm sorry, pickleball, but we're going to give these salaries to the employees. That's just not how this works. These are funds that were promised 2 years ago. I'm not asking for the whole $2.1 million, but I am asking for something reasonable, and I would just ask for support on that. I don't know how to do that, because I don't want to undercut what the city manager needs to go do, but I think we need to come up way up from, I'm sorry, we don't have any money. That to me is.
Am I correct in understanding that conversation has happened? And it sounds like there might be I don't think anybody's lying or embellishing or anything like that. I think sometimes it's just right. Just like I asked you here, 800,000 makes sense. It does not account for prevailing wage. It does not account for what we have to do responsibly, right, is my understanding. So it sounds like there's trying to be discussion. And as we learned earlier, our budget is a living document. So things come and go and change. And I say it all the time. if someone came and gave us all, if I had all the money in the world, what would your dreams and wishes be, right? That might happen. Someone can give us another endowment. Someone, right? There's things that can happen here. I mean, we haven't really heard from our other two colleagues yet too much on this either, so I'd like to hear that. And then maybe, is it us bringing a report, giving our staff the time to bring a report of what that actually looks like? Yesterday's dollars are not today's dollars are not tomorrow's dollars. We know that. And like I suggested earlier, there is enough going on in this world that if we could do it, what I'm hearing is we would. It's not you saying we wouldn't do it, it's that things changed drastically for our city and beyond. And so we're trying to find the medium. So is it correct in saying that it sounds like that conversation is happening, but maybe it's how people might be hearing it differently, processing it differently, or might continue to have more questions?
I think the issue is because we're not moving forward with the recommendation to spend $2.1 million. This is why the idea is that one, staff doesn't value that project, or that we don't think it's important because we're not moving forward, or we're not recommending, that we award the bid. We know right now in today's dollars that in order to complete that project with prevailing wages, it's going to cost us 2.1. That's the bid right now that we have for this project. That's in today's dollars, with staff going back, because in the initial bid was about $3 million, and there was just no way that we could fund that.
I think
what does liability look like if somebody gets injured on?
Right now, and I'm sure that,
where would we find that
our
money,
Public Works
God
Director
forbid?
can confirm this, but those courts are playable, correct? So maybe Ms. Garrett, if you can come up and explain the condition of the courts, and if they were not safe, we would have already closed them down.
So for Sunrise, we did do a crack assessment, and we have a criteria from our insurance that we inspect, and then found some that were over a certain threshold, and we did do crack sealing a few weeks ago. And then M Park, those courts don't have any cracks that meet that criteria from our insurance right now.
And in terms of liability, that would be a personal injury claim that is covered by our insurance.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so where do we want to go with this? I personally feel that we should allow Marcella the opportunity to continue to work with these groups and bring something forward. So I agree with that, and I think it's important. So, yeah, and I'm not opposed to using some of the money out of the foundation to accomplish that. Having said that, it's just going to need to be reasonable. If the bid is 2.1 million, then obviously we are not able to afford that. If you can bring forth a study, an analysis of what improvement would look like, and even including the Magnolia Park and pool in that, then I'm all for that as well. So.
If I might, Mayor, if somebody comes to your business or my business and wants to make a purchase, and you set out a cost and say, look, this is going to cost you, $4,000. They say, I don't have $4,000. You don't say, well, I'm not going to serve you. You back off the things that you've offered them and say, this is what I can do for you for $2,500. This is what I can do for $1,500, right? This is what I'm talking about. Is what I'd like to do is give the city manager the direction to work with them, but not to go to saying we don't have any money. I want to just be clear here. I do not think that the city manager or the staff does not want to fix the pickleball or the tennis courts. That is not my thinking here. This is about money. Clearly, this is about cash. And the thing that concerned me is we set out at our budget meeting to cancel this because we do not have the funds. We did have the funds. We had $3.4 million there, right? Now I'm saying is I think we need to work with tennis and pickleball and find out what can be done to bring those courts up to a better, more safe playing standard with the city expending some money. And Gerard, you said you're not opposed to that. What amount is reasonable to you?
Well, I don't want to put a dollar amount until we understand what, because I don't want to overpromise and underdeliver. That is not what this is about, because then I
You've
think
already
we're
done
really
that
going,
once,
I
right.
think we're really going to hear the complaints.
Right.
So I think we should give the city manager the authority to continue to work with these groups and bring us back something that possibly we could afford.
And I have to agree because we already promised them once. I don't want to get into that path where they get the hope high and then at the end of the day not getting what we are supposed to give them. So it would be fair to say that Marcella, please continue working with them and make sure that, we come up with a solution knowing the field and the workforce and how much it will cost. Because what I want to see is if we come back and you find a solution, that solution will be doable and not leaving them hanging again and putting everybody in this situation again, right?
So if I
To
may.
be fair to your staff and yourself on that, and also the group.
So if I may, our staff at Public Works has already spent a significant amount of time on this project. The first time we bid it, it was close to $3 million. They came back and with a lot of input from the pickleball group and representatives from the tennis club, we brought that scope of work down to what you have right now, which is the $2.1 million. So our staff has already spent a significant amount of time on this project. And yes, we can work with the groups, but I can tell you right now that that project has a value of $2.1 million. And even if we do and what the groups want us to do, there's still, the mayor talked about managing expectations. Right now, even with, a less budget, it's still not going to be to their satisfaction. So what I'm going to recommend is that we already know what today's dollars is, and we already know how much that project costs, is that you just fund the project at $2.1 million. You have a bid, so just use the entire fund balance that you have in this foundation and do the project. Because right now, the staff time to go back and do this, we're going to be hearing from these groups that it's not to their satisfaction.
But how can we do
So
to get?
my recommendation right now is that if we are looking at the foundation dollars, right now we have $2.4 million, is that if you want to proceed, you fund that project, because I don't want to spend any more staff time with this. We already have gone back, re-engineered it, and I cannot guarantee, because of all the capital projects that we have, that we're going to bring this back in 6 months, which is going to be the expectation of these groups. So right now, if you want to consider this, use what you have in the foundation budget. And my recommendation would also be is that we allocate additional funding to work with that schedule to open the Magnolia Pool.
What is the Magnolia?
Can we take a 5-minute?
Yeah, sure. We're going to take 5 minutes here.
Council will not see any new agenda items past 11 p.m. without the majority vote. If agenda items remain after 11, council may extend the meeting by majority. A special meeting may be scheduled or the items may be referred. Okay, so it's just at 11. So at minutes 11, remind us. At this point, it's done. Right. Yes.
Okay. We'll go ahead and bring it back and see if we can get some action here. We still have a budget to approve here, and then we've got to get to 8H as well. 8E, I'm sorry, thank you very much. So do we have a recommendation from the floor? Councilmember Rodriguez?
Well, just given time, I'd like to make motion that we extend past our protocol hours.
Okay. So it takes
I don't know if we do in not to exceed.
Okay.
Okay. I would ask, so I can finish this, I'd like to make motion that we approve that we can go past 11 o'clock, which is 3 minutes away, not to go past 11:59 p.m. I don't think it'll take that long, but please. I would prefer that, but I'm also being perfect.
Okay.
So not to exceed 11:59 p.m.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor. Does that have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. And all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, none opposed. That carries. So is there direction on the table here? We have a budget to approve. And do we have a proposal?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the $2.1 million budget for the resurfacing of the pickleball and the tennis courts.
Okay, does that have a second?
I have a question.
Okay. But first we need to know if it has
We're gonna use all the money in the reserve, and I'm terrified that if something happened, we're gonna be screwed.
Yeah,
I'll answer that question.
we just need to have a second before.
I'll second that so we can
Okay,
discuss
perfect.
it, and then the vote makes the determination.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead, please.
Doesn't mean it's approved.
Yeah.
No, I know that.
Do you have a question?
No, go ahead.
I don't have one, but you said you had questions, and we needed to make a second.
I did ask a question. I said, I already made my comment that I'm worried that we're gonna be screwing ourselves because we're not gonna have much left adding all of this.
Okay, please.
I do not want to spend $2.1 million on pickleball. There are a lot of things that we could and should spend that money on. Pickleball and tennis is totally one of them. But I don't feel good about that decision. And that's directly impacting my district. So it's a risk, but it feels right to me.
Okay, we have a first and a second. Do we have any more comments before we can call for the question?
So are we to understand that the city manager is absolutely opposed to having her staff spend any more time trying to come up with a path to less than $2.1 million?
My concern is that we have over 100 capital projects. Our staff, this would be like the third time that they go out, and believe me, our staff is very dedicated. My concern is the expectation of what the quality of the work would be if it doesn't meet. We know right now that based on the re-engineering work that has been done, that project, those two projects have a price tag of $2.1 million. My concern is that we move forward and we do something just like our staff has, and Ms. Garrett just shared with you. We have been going out there and doing, sealing, doing everything that we can on those courts. But they're still not to the quality that these groups are expecting it, because they're not really using them. Yes, they're using them for recreation, but as you pointed out, they are using it for tournaments. And so it creates an additional demand on these courts. So my concern is that we will spend some staff time doing this. At the end of the day, yes, we're here to serve the public. But if we really want to address this need, and it is a priority for the council, that's why I'm saying is just award the bid if that is the direction you want to go. Because there's no guarantee that we can bring back this project in 6 months, which is probably the probability of these groups wanting. Like, it's been talked about here. We've been promised this project for, what is it, 2-3 years? And so my concern is that pressure that we're creating on our staff when we already have other projects. And right now, we know the price tag on this project. It's just a matter of whether or not this, foundation board wants to proceed and use the money that we have available.
Okay, so we've got a first and a second. Any further commentary before I call for the question? Please, Councilmember.
If this were to go one way, how quickly would that project even be done?
So just depending on what action you take, whether you table this project and you bring it, basically right now the recommendation is to reject the bids. If the recommendation is for us to bring it back so that we can consider award, we would have to bring it on the 24th. As far as the actual work schedule, Ms. Garrett, can you indicate what the time frame for that would be?
So if it was awarded, they wouldn't even have access to it until the earliest, and that's no issues with supply, demand, that stuff, March, weather, give or take, right? I'm not trying to like pinpoint you guys into like a March 13th. I just mean give or take.
To the courts, but the bids are locked in at the pricing, so that's
okay.
Even if the material went up, the bid is locked in.
And I'm going to assume, City Manager, that was shared with the groups, the representatives of, they wouldn't have use of it for 9 months. So it's not like if this were, even then, if this were to have been awarded, they would have no access to pickleball courts for 9 months.
That is correct. Our staff has been doing a very good job of keeping the two groups informed of the status of the project. So they are aware that they will be, they won't be able to access them for that period of time that we're working on those courts.
Have we considered talking with some of our partners, like, for example, the Doubletree, who has pickleball courts? Again, let's say that did get awarded 2 years ago and they're waiting 9 months. Where are they practicing? Is there something that we've been able to just ask to say, hey, while we're doing this project, can they come have access at a discounted rate, or has that ever been discussed or brought to the table?
Absolutely. In fact, when we made the recommendation to not award the project, we, in fact, did outreach to Doubletree. We also had a conversation with the new group that's doing the pickleball courts. The feedback that we're getting is that they have to pay. And so, that presents a challenge, but I would assume that if they want to play, they probably will do that. They could probably do that for the 9 months that these courts are not going to be available.
Okay, and then these groups, are these 501c3s that could potentially qualify in the future for grants? So let's say they don't want to play there, they might be able to do a grant that covers their cost to go play at one of our partner agencies?
As a nonprofit, you have access to potentially other funding source. They would have to apply, of course, and compete for it.
Okay, and then in terms of the project, I also just want to highlight a little bit. We heard at our general meeting the stress on some of our staff, not just this project, but overall, in many departments of what's being asked of them, the approving of freezing positions as well. And I don't want to write that off either. I don't want to write off what it means to add more and more on one end and not on the other. And so I guess that's more of a statement and not a question for anybody. It's just, I'd like us to just remember that as well. So I think those are all my questions.
Okay, any other comments before we have a roll call vote? Could you please restate the motion? Sorry.
The motion was to approve the 2.1 million for resurfacing of the courts.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? So we'll go ahead and take a roll call vote, please.
Director Adams,
Yes.
Director Elwer,
I'm going to abstain.
Director Rodriguez,
I'm going to have to say no, all things considered, with the caveat of if we find more monies, as we know it's a living document, I will be happy to bring it back for reconsideration at that point.
Vice Chair Sanborn,
It is a no for me as well, and I agree. If we find more money, that would be a great priority.
And it would be a no for me as well, but I also agree.
motion fails by 1-0. One, three.
Getting
Yeah.
tired.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, can we? I know we have a motion to approve the budget? Yes. Okay, so can we have a motion to approve the foundation budget?
I'll make motion to approve.
Okay, does that have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, any discussion, or can we just go to a roll call vote? Okay, let's do a roll call vote, please.
Director Adams,
Yes.
Director Elwer,
Yes.
Director Rodriguez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Sanborn,
Yes.
Chair Judy Chen.
Yes,
Motion passes by 5-0.
thank you. Communications, any matters for the board? Okay, seeing none, this meeting is adjourned, and we will adjourn to the.
We're adjourning this meeting to regular city council meeting.
Right, we'll adjourn this meeting to assume regular city council meeting, item 8E. And Madam Clerk, would you please reaffirm the quorum?
Yes, just for the record, all the city council members are present.
Okay, thank you. All right. Go ahead. Do you want to talk about 8E? You pulled it.
Oh, I think we've had our discussion.
But we have to take action.
We have to take action, so, yeah. We need to,
Anybody can make a motion.
do we need to make a
I
motion?
will make motion to
Just, you can say adopt
right.
item.
adopt, okay. I just want to make sure it wasn't like the opposite. I will make motion to adopt item 8E, which is adopt resolution 2025-036 to reject all bids for the Magnolia Park Tennis Court resurfacing and Sunrise Park Pickleball Court reconstruction project number CIP 2307.
Thank you. Does that have a second?
I'll second that motion.
Okay, we can probably do a vote of affirmation on this. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so motion carries 4 with 1 abstention.
I apologize, who abstained?
Councilmember Edward.
Elwer. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any additional public comment before we adjourn this meeting? Seeing none, we are adjourned.